What is up, folks? Welcome in. This is JE Live, and it is a Thursday. Almost said Friday, but it is a Thursday, and we're doing the same format, Q&A, so don't be alarmed by the title. Just obviously some big stuff going on with the NBA free agency today, and it's pretty insane. I mean, I'm not saying it's going to happen, but there's a chance Kyrie Irving and Kevin Durant could end up in LA. Now, I've been seeing people saying, "Oh, well, yeah, them. You have Anthony Davis. Well, hold on there. They're not getting Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving without giving up Anthony Davis and Russell Westbrook. So that would not be possible. But very interesting stuff coming down the pipeline. Hope everyone is doing well. Um, checked in too early. Happens. I've seen it before. You did too? Yeah. Well, what's up, you two? Alex, no such thing as too early for JE Live. Just means more time to hit that like and subscribe button while also hitting the bell notification so y'all never miss out on the fun. Appreciate you, Alex, for putting that out there. Really do appreciate that. Before you start, no, it's not happening. KD and LeBron will never play together. Kyrie, I believe, will. KD will be a 76er. Interesting. Very interesting stuff there, for sure. Don't be alarmed. I'm just, fixing my glasses here because I don't know. Hey Jake, appreciate the video before, and I'm happy to see you do more NFL stuff aside from the Rams to shake things up. I will support you if you do the 49ers, but I will die inside as a Rams fan. Yeah, you won't have to. Because I'm definitely not going to be doing the 49ers. I'll not be covering the 49ers. That I assure you that will never happen. And, I was really a big fan of if I did cover a team, which I did decide to cover the Jets, it would be in the AFC. I wouldn't bother with that. So, really appreciate all the positive responses from that video. I was very uncertain. I mean, when I did it live, there wasn't a ton of people in here, so I was like, okay. But when I did it, like, after the fact, when I put it out as a clip, I thought I would get some hate, and I really didn't get any hate. I didn't really see anything in the comment section, which is ironic because, I was getting it before on random videos. But yeah, I really, really appreciate the response that I got out of that. It's very positive. By the way, we're almost halfway to 14,000. I mean, I say halfway. We're about 13,946 subscribers. So we're flying up there. It's been a great couple, 3 days maybe of just really like a ton of new subscribers. So really appreciate you if you're a new subscriber or if you're an old one. Really appreciate you supporting the channel. All right. Let's see. I'm here in Phoenix, and people here are already planning their We Got KD parade. Oh, Lord. Yeah, that would be a shame if someone ruined that. Lakers always think they get in everybody. I mean, I definitely don't think the Rams are getting KD. I think the Rams are getting Kyrie. I think it's almost done deal. I don't think they're going to end up playing together, though. I think the Rams will end. The Rams. Did I really just say the Rams? I'm looking at my Rams helmet while I'm talking about the Lakers. I think the Lakers are going to get Kyrie Irving. I don't think they're going to get Kevin Durant. I think Kevin Durant's going to end up with the Wizards or he'll end up in Portland. That's what I don't think he's going to the Suns. Maybe the Mavericks, but I don't think he goes to the Suns. Maybe, I don't know. Let's see. Hey, Jake and crew, what's up, Peo? How we doing? Jake Ellenbogen, appreciate you. Isaac. Question, I am dreaming of the Raptors getting KD. Can the Raps snag a star? I don't know. I know Masai Ujiri, or however you say his name. I know he is somebody that could do that, but I do not know yet. Yes, I did. Kyrie is most likely. Kyrie is most likely. KD will go to the 76ers. I feel like Kyrie is most likely. 76ers is an interesting one. Yeah, pretty much. That's what happens. So there's a chance. Are you saying there's a chance? I don't know why we're so blurry. Can you stop doing that, camera? Thank you. You're telling me there's a chance? Is that what you're telling me? Yeah. My God. All right. Wow, Deshaun Watson suspended 2 seasons, I'm seeing. Really? If so, that's legitimately hilarious that the Browns spent all that draft capital. I heard there was a maximum of a potential 144 game suspension, but I don't know. Yeah, I'm just monitoring it. I'm sure we'll get some news tonight. I don't know if we'll get it while we're live, but it is free agency. Jalen Brunson has agreed to that deal with the Knicks, so that's done. I know there was like rumor that the Mavericks could match and then trade him, but oh, you don't think it's real? Okay, we'll scratch that off the record. Katie to the Clips, man, that would be a stacked roster, and they still probably wouldn't even win it all. I like the depth and youth the Lakers signed today. Kyrie will be the cherry on top with trading away Westbrook, but keep AD. Yeah, I'm a huge Westbrook fan, so I don't necessarily want it. I'm just expecting it. But I do think they got some good depth today. You go out and you get Lonnie Walker, a guy who per 36 minutes averages 16.6 points per game, 4.2 rebounds, 2.8 assists, and 1 steal. In addition to that, they go out and they get Damian Jones, who actually was already on the Lakers at one point. 13.2 points per game, 8.1 rebounds per game, 1.8 blocks per game in 36 minutes. And then per 36 minutes for Troy Brown Jr., 12.4 points per game, 7.4 rebounds, 3.1 assists, and 1.3 steals per game. In addition to that, they also added Juan Toscano Anderson, and he is from Golden State. 29 years old, has only been in the league for 3 years. He was older coming in. But, that's somebody that I think is going to help them off the bench. So I think the Lakers got better today for sure. Losing Malik Monk is going to sting, but it almost like kind of reminded me of something. The idea of, they're not necessarily going to bring back everybody, right? They're not like Malik Monk was a great pickup, but I think that's what they're trying to do again with Lonnie Walker and Troy Brown Jr. So they're trying to grab guys that were lottery or just outside the lottery, first round picks that haven't really, matched up with what people expected from them, like with Malik Monk. So they feel like they can get the most out of him. I think that's honestly a great point. I think that's a great, response to team building. I've always said, if you made me an NBA executive, I feel like I'd have the easiest time building a solid roster because I just feel like there's so much talent everywhere that just gets like given up on. You look at Dante DiVincenzo. I mean, the Kings just gave up on him. So I mean the Bucks did, but the Kings literally didn't even bring him back on his cheap option. So I just think it's one of those leagues where young talent just isn't appreciated enough, and no one develops really anybody. I mean, a couple people do, but not a ton. So I feel like it'd be pretty easy to build a team in the NBA, if I'm being honest. I mean, you may not win titles with the team that I would build, but you would definitely be in the playoffs. I think I could build a contender if you gave me the keys to a castle, and you say you gave me X amount of salary cap. I could build it from scratch. I think a lot of people could. Because again, like this is a league where you can sign Troy Brown Jr. for the veteran minimum. I mean, KD to Celtics, that would be interesting. Mavs fan here. What can the Mavs trade for KD? Not sure if they have enough. That's the thing, and that HD, that's a great question. What I was wondering is if they were going to match the Brunson offer so they could use him in a sign and trade, and that's the issue now. Now that Brunson has agreed to the Knicks offer, and it doesn't look like the Mavericks are gonna match it. I don't know if they have any really like real capital to trade except for picks, and the talk is, according to Stephen A. Smith, who is very well connected. You know, I know he's hilarious, but he's also very well connected. Stephen A. Smith is saying that the Nets are looking for 2 stars in return for Kevin Durant. So that's just Kevin Durant. That's not KD. Or that's not Kyrie. So, you know, that's interesting. That's an interesting thing there. The Mavs might not have enough ammo to go and get him. The Suns, I think they have enough ammo because you have Ayton, who's going to be a free agent who you basically don't want back. So, you know, there's already been talk and rumor about an Ayton/John Collins trade. Ayton would be the centerpiece of any deal, I think, that would involve Kevin Durant. I'm sure they'd ask for Booker, but that doesn't make any sort of sense. You know, there's no way the Suns are going to get rid of him. And I think that's the thing that, like, people need to understand value. Like, it's the same thing with the Giants when the Rams were calling about Odell Beckham Jr. And they're like, yeah, well, you know, we're looking at sending you a first-round pick for Odell and, you know, helping out with the salary and all that. And the Giants are like, no, give us Rob Havenstein. And they're like, no. And they're like, actually, give us Aaron Donald. And they're like, no. So they go back and they go and get Brandon Cooks, you know, for just a first-round pick because the value isn't there. If I'm a contender, I'm trying to get better. It's like going out and getting an ace in baseball and trading away your ace. Like, oh, you know, I'm the Yankees. I have Garrett Cole. And now I have a chance to go out and get, you know, insert baseball ace here. I'll just say Ohtani for argument's sake. So now that I get Ohtani, I trade away Garrett Cole for Ohtani. Does Ohtani make more sense as far as the youth? Yes. Does Ohtani make more sense as far as the fact that he can hit? Sure. But that's not the point. The point is that you would want Ohtani with Cole. You'd want him with Severino. You'd want him with what you have. That's why I don't understand the idea when, like, people are like, yeah, you know, the Suns would have to give up Devin Booker. Why the hell would they do that? Devin Booker's younger. You're trying to get Kevin Durant to play with Devin Booker, to play with Chris Paul. That doesn't make sense to have to trade away one of the players that you're trying to put him around. So, yeah, I honestly can't stand that. That's something I just think people don't get value with a lot of trades. What's up, Jawson? It's going well. How about yourself? So the Lakers have been using the vet minimums. They did give it looks like they did give the mid-level exception that everyone was talking about. They gave that to Lonnie Walker. That might have been a little steep for me, but you know, Damian Jones is a 2-year deal, and Troy Brown is a minimum, as well as it looks like Toscano Anderson also is a minimum. So, I like JaVale McGee, but he is older, and they definitely paid him a lot. I don't know about that one. I felt like the perfect fit in Dallas was Ayton, but that's just me. I mean, there'd be an uprising, essentially. People would be absolutely, like, losing their mind. If KD goes to the Celtics, I'd laugh. You're going with a team who beat you in the playoffs literally prior. Sound familiar? It's Kevin Durant in a nutshell, folks. That's what he does, you know? So, would be surprised if Watson doesn't get suspended for the full season, whether we like it or not. I think the NFL will see ratings gold any games he's allowed to play due to controversial nature of it. That's actually true. It's like creating a narrative. Thought on UCLA and USC moving. It is absolutely ridiculous. Conferences make no sense anymore. College football is just the most disorganized thing I've ever seen. Yeah, awesome. So the Pacific 12, the Pac-12, Pacific, like on the West Coast, now has 2 teams leaving the West Coast to go play for the Big Ten, which is like pretty much in the middle of the country. Not the middle, but like, you know, closer out east than the Midwest, so to speak. Kind of hard to explain, but you get my point. To go to the Big Ten, that just doesn't make sense. Get rid of conferences. They don't make any sense. Geographically, they're absolutely stupid, and they're a mind, you know what, in a nutshell. I wouldn't, and AD is a player that I have concerns with based on his injury-prone nature, but I still wouldn't trade AD for... I don't like KD. That's the thing. I genuinely don't like Kevin Durant. I think he's a snake, and I don't trust him. So I would not want him on my team. Now, would I stop liking I keep saying the Rams. Would I stop liking the Lakers if they got KD and Kyrie? I mean, I would, be annoyed, but I wouldn't stop liking them. I would just build a team the right way, and I just don't feel like that's the right way to build teams. Can we trade Skip Bayless for KD? The Celtics could make it work with trading Marcus Smart and Jaylen Brown. That's a downgrade, in my opinion. You're going to trade the Defensive Player of the Year and Jaylen Brown, who, honestly isn't that far off from being Jason Tatum. I mean, Jaylen Brown takes a back seat, but when they need him, he really comes through. Jaylen Brown's like that star that no one wants to admit is a star. Like, if he went to another team, he'd score like maybe 30 a night. Wait, the Rams tried to get OBJ in the past? I never knew that. Explain, please. Yeah, they did. Sean McVay wanted him, and it was back when they traded for Brandon Cooks. Before they traded for Brandon Cooks, the Rams were trying to get Odell Beckham Jr. And the Giants were trying to get AD for him. And the Rams were like, no, we want to add him on to having AD and add him on to our team. And they're like, well, all right, fine. Like, we want Havenstein and Aaron Donald. And it's like, no. Like, they weren't going to trade. They did not want to trade Havenstein either. It's like, awesome. So now I get a wide receiver, but now I have a right tackle giant gaping hole in my offense. So, like, why does that make it better? How does that make it better? It doesn't. So the Rams were like, all right, well, this is ridiculous. Plus, they vetted OBJ. They didn't like some of the things. And I won't, bore you with all the details. But essentially, like, it wasn't worth it based on the injury and all of that. So, they felt like it was a little bit too much of a risk. And they broke off negotiations, and then they got Brandon Cooks. Booker can't even get traded. He just signed a Supermax. It's literally impossible. Yeah, exactly. Jake rocking the Owen Grady shirt, gonna ride in the sunset with your Velociraptors. Yeah, it's a short sleeve. What do they call it? A short sleeve Henley. I mean, it's basically like the same shirt, except not the long sleeves that Tom Holland wore and that like Nathan Drake character wore in Uncharted. But I think they look slick. I haven't worn one in a long time. He can't get traded for a year. Exactly. Odell wanted to go to LA in 18 before the Giants gave him that deal. Yeah. Exactly. KD going to Miami make the most sense. They have a culture, coach, Jimmy, and that Florida no state income tax all wins. That would be interesting. All right. Can we stop with the whole, but would they trade? Are you sure you would trade Tyler Herro? Dude, I don't like Kevin Durant as much as the next person, okay? But, like, Tyler Herro, is that not the most overrated player in the NBA? Anytime he is in trade conversations, trade rumors or anything, people lose their mind. He averages 20 a night. Yeah, Wiggins was doing that, and you guys called him a bust. Like, I mean, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, Andrew Wiggins would, he'd score 20 points, and you guys would call him, not you, my audience, but dude is averaging 19.3 points for his career, and he's called a bust. But Tyler Herro is like a god. Is that not the most overrated player like in the NBA right now? Yeah, like, I don't understand. I've seen that on Twitter. Like, people are like, well, you can't trade Tyler Herro away. What? Why? Is this a meme? Am I being punked? You can't trade Tyler Herro away for Kevin Durant? Again, I don't like Durant, but, like, come on now. You're the Heat. You're trying to win now. I don't understand that logic. Tyler Herro, okay, yeah, he's 22 years old, but, like, has this guy already hit his ceiling? Potentially. I don't think he's that great. And also, this is funny. Tyler Herro is reportedly demanding $186 million like he is LeBron James. There's no way on God's green earth, there's not a planet out there There is not a scenario in the multiverse where I am giving Tyler Herro $186 million. Sorry. You trade him. You trade him for Kevin Durant, and you don't look. You don't even blink twice. But it's Tyler Herro. I don't know. Some fans just what's the word I'm looking for? Overvalue? Is that the word? Overvalue? I don't know, man. I regret to inform you all that the Astros did beat the Yankees today. I know most of you are Dodgers fans, but I also know most of you, if you had to choose, you'd rather see the Yankees beat the Astros than the Astros beat the Yankees. So, that's why it's a regret to inform you scenario. USC and UCLA football wins in the conference moves, but basketball will suffer until March Madness starts at least. Yeah. March Madness is going to be annoying because we're going to have how many Big Ten? And here's the thing I find funny. The Big Ten, everyone's like, oh, Big Ten's so good. We got 9 teams in the tournament. Yeah, and how many of them made it to the Elite 8? Sweet 16. You garbage. Get out of here. Like, I don't have an issue with the Big Ten. I have an issue with how overrated they are in basketball. You brought it up, so I was like, yeah. I don't know. The committee will be like, oh, USC, UCLA is in the Big Ten? I guess we have to put 11 Big Ten teams in. It's only a matter of time before a 30-4 Big 12 team doesn't make the tournament. Oh, we got to put that 19-14 team. You never know, man. Literally always. 19-14. Put them in. Oh, Drexel lost 1 game all year? No, they're Drexel. They lost their conference championship. I don't know, man. I don't know. 2 Pac-12 teams going to the Big Ten is mind-numbing stupid. Yeah, it's really bad. KD is a snake. Well, I don't like the whole thing with the Westbrook deal. You know, it sounds to me like he went behind. He didn't tell Westbrook. He wasn't honest. You know, and I haven't gotten over that. You know, the way he kind of slithered his way over to Golden State. KD is the embodiment of if you can't beat him, join him. That's why I don't like Kevin Durant. Pac-12 should add Eastern Washington School. That makes a lot of sense. I actually think Eastern Washington is going to get that bump. Yeah, I think there's a really big chance of that. McVay and OBJ have been in love with each other from the very start on the low. It's true. It's true, man. Yeah, it wasn't the best year. Yeah, big reason why I think he's coming back. McVay loves him. Like, does not mince words. Loves the guy. He was at his wedding, dude. How many guys did he invite to his wedding? OBJ didn't crash his wedding. Don't listen to that. That's something Sean McVay said because he didn't want to offend other players on the team. Because there's no way to prove it. OBJ, make no mistake about it, was probably invited to the wedding. Come on now. Do the Rams and Lakers have any similarities? They have a title in the last 3 years. But, I mean, aside from that, I think one organization is primed to become the next dynasty. I think they're run the right way. And I think they know it. And the other organization, I don't trust anything about. I wanted to like Rob Pelinka, but I don't. I don't trust him. And I like Jeannie Buss, but I feel like she has the worst, like, side management. I mean, look, if you want to like Kurt Rambis as a player, cool. But Kurt Rambis as an authoritative figure in the front office sounds like an absolute disaster. It's just funny how it was all like, oh, well, like, you know, it's all Magic's fault, right? Magic Johnson's the big issue. Then they pushed Magic Johnson out, and it's like they got Kurt Rambis. Really? I don't know. Like, Laker ownership, management, all that, I just don't feel like is very good. I feel like the Rams have it, the Lakers don't. Simply put. Trade skip to the Sarlacc pit. Hit the like button, people. Yes, please do. It really does help me out. Thank you, Nolan. So funny, though. Man, that is the Sarlacc pit. I was not ready for that. Oh, Dave Gettleman was very stubborn. There's a reason why. I mean, everybody wanted him gone. Yeah, I mean, exactly, right? You sit there and you're like, oh, there's an intriguing player that I kind of want. The Rams will probably be interested because that's what good teams do. They have those internal discussions. They go through the motions. They're like, you know, I like where we are, but we can be better. But you know that there are organizations out there that are sitting at 9-8 or 10-7. They're like, I think we're doing a really good job. I don't think we need to change anything. If we keep going this course, we might get to the title game. Maybe we'll get, to the divisional round of the playoffs. I really like the direction we're moving in. And then there's this one guy in the room that is a scout who's like, yeah, but there's this one guy that I noticed when I was doing the scouting. He could really take us over the top. No. No. We don't do that here. We just follow the course. We don't go off the course. We don't change our first plan. But sir, I'm telling you, this one guy, if we really evaluate it, our quarterback's good, but he's never going to take us over to the top. This quarterback could. Yeah, that's just not the way we do things here. It's like, all right. Scout eventually gets let go due to creative differences. He ends up in an organization that actually listens to him. And then that organization goes on to win a Super Bowl. So, honestly, I think I actually, funny enough, might have described without realizing it Chris Ballard. Chris Ballard was in Chicago. He had authority and people did listen to him, but he also wasn't entirely listened to. And then he goes to the Chiefs, and shocker, the Chiefs end up winning a Super Bowl. Then he becomes the GM for the Colts. There's a lot of guys out there. Because this right here, Dynasty, or not Dynasty, I was reading the other thing. Hustle, I watched that movie. It's a great movie. And honestly, I will say this. I think that's very close to what actually happens in an NBA, MLB, NFL, NHL, whatever. I think that's what happens in a front office all the time. We would never know, for sure, but I bet you that happens all the time. No, please, I'm telling you, you got to draft this guy. You are insane if you don't. Are you calling me insane? You're fired. It's like, because you got these guys, Mr. Moneybags over here, knows how to run a business. And this, by the way, is why I like Kroenke. I mean, Kroenke has all the bag. He has all the money, right? He's got all the money. But the thing that separates Kroenke from a guy like Jerry Jones, who, again, I like Jerry Jones. I met Jerry Jones. He's very nice to me. I met him twice. But hear me out when I say this, okay? Kroenke doesn't get himself involved with things he does not know. He hires people to do it. Like, guys, I'll be real with you. Once I blow this channel up, and I eventually will. You know it. I know a lot of you believe that. I've taught myself how to edit videos. But am I the best video editor? No, I'm not. Why are you saying yes? What are you doing? I'm just kidding. Anyway, I'm not the best video editor. Here's my point, though. Because I'm not the best video editor, I'm eventually at some point going to outsource that video editing somewhere else. Someone else is going to be my video editor when I get to that point. So that's my thing. So when you're Kroenke and you have all of that money, you're going to find Les Snead. You're going to find Tony Pastors. You're going to find Sean McVays. You're going to find guys like that who know what the hell they're doing. And you're going to stay the hell out of it. You're going to ask only one thing. If you're trying to shake up the whole landscape of our roster, if you're trying to trade the face of our franchise, you're trying to sign, just give me a call. Let me know. If you're making a draft pick, just let me know who it is. That's all I ask. We'll shake off on it. I'll sign off on it. It's good. That's all Kroenke wants. At the end of the day, when it comes to player personnel, that's what he wants. He signed off on the Goff deal. Like, they had to ask him. They're like, hey, we know we talked you into Jared Goff. But is it cool if we trade Jared Goff for Matthew Stafford? We really think this will take it. Yeah, it's cool. Totally cool. He funds the operation with the money. But the guy knows he doesn't know more about football than McVay, Snead, Pastors, any of those guys. At the time, Brad Holmes. But there are so many organizations where the owner has too much control. A Jimmy Haslam in Cleveland. Because the rumor was Jimmy Haslam wanted Johnny Manziel. I mean, Dallas. Again, not to hate on Jerry Jones. Jerry Jones wanted Johnny Manziel. There's like a story, and I don't know how true it is, but it sounds very believable, that his son literally took the draft card out of his hand after he filled it out for Johnny Manziel and said, no, we're not drafting him. That's the thing. So that's why, in a nutshell, I like Kroenke. And no, I understand there's St. Louis fans that come in here, and I'm not saying I'm glad that I'm glad St. Louis lost their football team. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not even saying I have a side on that issue. Well, all I'm saying is that Stan Kroenke does what an owner in any sport should be doing. Owners should not run the team in the player personnel talent evaluation unless they're like an actual talent evaluator turned owner. And that's rare. Because owners are technically part of the 1%. You should just be funding the team. That's it. That's all that should be happening. So, yeah. The Hustle movie, that I felt like that was very real. I'm trading Herro immediately. Yeah, no questions asked. Well, it's going to cost you Tyler Herro. Are you sure you want Kevin Durant? Like, yeah. Can you next day air that package, by the way? I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. I saw the Suns or whoever, I don't know if it was the Suns, Nolan shared it in the Discord, which, by the way, you should join the Discord. It is in the link. The link is in the description. You can join it. It's free. I don't charge for a Discord because, well, I'm not a slime ball. People that have paid Discords, I do not respect. Sorry. I don't respect you. They're scams, right? But anyway, so what I was saying is he put it in the Discord. It was something along the lines of like Crowder, I think it was Jay Crowder, and it was like, yeah, if this team, and I don't remember who it was, but if this team misses out on Kevin Durant, then they're gonna be on Jay Crowder. I'm like, wow, talk about going from a Tesla to a Saab. Jesus. Katie is worth anything you have to offer. Tyler is definitely included. Miami wasn't willing to give up Herro for Harden. Harden got his own problems, but that's a no-brainer. Katie, Steph, Giannis, and Bron are the 4 superstars you sell your soul for, period. I'd say Embiid should be in that list, too. I'd probably put him at 5. Because Embiid, I mean, man, he's a freak. To make things worse, Heater in trade talks with Donovan Mitchell. But, like, why? Does that really help? I mean, I like Donovan Mitchell, but, like, do they just want a superstar? I feel like a lot of these teams are just like, yeah, it's about time we got a superstar, right? Like, let's just get a superstar. Like, I don't know. It just seems like not, like, you don't have a direction. I don't know. KD is a walking bucket. The main thing Miami is lacking. Yep. Herro ain't that at all. No, he averages 20 points per game, shoots 44% from the field. Congrats. I mean, I don't know what you want. Yankees are a hell of a club. Go Dodgers. Yeah, maybe both of our teams play each other. Maybe. We'll see. I could see KD playing with CP3 too, but I don't know what the Suns will move for him. That's true. I know Goodell is glad the NBA offseason taking up a chunk in the news cycle. I remember something about how Steph Curry flew to China to meet with KD, but KD didn't tell him that he was already signing with the Nets. Yeah. OBJ was invited for sure. Yeah, definitely. How long before Kyrie freaks out on us? God, I don't know. Rams have culture. Lakers don't at the moment. Facts. Lakers family run operation. Rams equals business run operation. Yeah, and sometimes family run sounds great until you get into the big business and then you realize, it may not be the best actually when it comes to, sports like that. Put Kurt Rambis on the trade block. That's hilarious. They are amateurs compared to Snead and company. Yep. Damn. Sounds like the Cowboys. Yeah, it did sound like the Cowboys. Who do you see being the one breakout player for the Rams and Jets this preseason? This is a great question. So I'm going to say, let's start off with the Rams. We're going to go with preseason. This is going to be a tough one, but I'm going to say this is going to be a big preseason for Kyren Williams, okay? I think Williams will be back for training camp. I think he's going to be utilized, in preseason. I think he's going to get an opportunity. And I think with the Jets, you're probably looking at, I don't think they'll roll with Breece Hall necessarily, but I think you could see some good things out of Michael Clemens or maybe Jermaine Johnson getting the rookie pass rushers going. I could see that. So that's what I would say there. Also, potential big preseason for Jason Pinnock, the 5th round safety for the Jets, a 2020 class. That's not the way, buddy. We follow tradition. Yeah, I know, right? Rams owners, it's not too involved in the football operations. I like that. He let people do. Yeah, exactly. That's really my biggest thing. Like, if you're an owner, just let the people who are paid to know what to do that. Like don't step on their toes. Exactly, which is why they ended up winning a Super Bowl. Able to build a good team. 15K on the way? Yes, sir. What up? How's it going, GOAT? Yeah, I do. I couldn't stand it. I was not a Johnny Football fan at all. People were like, why don't you like Johnny Manziel? I'm like, Johnny Manziel does not care about football. He just wants to be popular. Like, that's the thing that people don't understand. Well, he's playing in the fan-controlled football league. All right, cool. And what is the fan-controlled football league doing? They're getting popular. Like, it's all about popularity and flash. And, I mean, that's what the fan-controlled football league is. They also have NFTs, which I don't know where you guys are on NFTs, but if you don't have, like, certain kinds of NFTs, that shit is going to be worthless. So, be careful. Don't get scammed. And don't get scammed by crypto either. There's a lot of fake currency out there. I've been reading up a ton about it, and it's, like, bad. Just be careful, man. I don't want any of you guys that are working your ass off to make ends meet and think, like, oh, yeah, like, your friend comes up to you and is like, you gotta invest in this. This is the big time. Then you lose all your money. I don't want to see that. So be careful on that. That's a little PSA out there. I've done a lot of research on this stuff, and it's, it's not great. We're a spoiled fan base for sure. Love this team. It's true. Now we are. Back then, not really. We have the best organization, best stadium, best podcast, best uniform, best mentors, best fan base now. That's a lot of best. Johnny Football still has the best pro day in the history of the league. Love dude for that. I want to make a comment on your last video about covering the Jets. I'll always be here for you. I love all your videos. I appreciate that, Ted. That was such a step out of my comfort zone, type of video to make. And the fact that everything, I'm looking at the analytics right now, and everything is up. It's doing better than all the videos that I've posted, except for could the Rams acquire Montez Sweat within the last, I think, 28 days. It's doing extremely well. The click-through rate is really good. The average view duration is higher than normal. So the fact that, it's doing that well, I really appreciate it. It was well received. It's understood. I wasn't trying to throw shade at anybody in particular. I was just really throwing my belief out there and what this channel is, what it means to me, what I want to be as a creator. So just meant a lot to get the support I did out of this audience. And I wasn't surprised. I even said that. I wasn't surprised. But just to see how many people supported it was like really cool, Major bust though. Yeah, he was. Yeah, it was rough in Cleveland. Kevin Demoff mostly runs the Rams operation. Well, I mean, yeah, pretty much. Like the day-to-day stuff. Once again, Kroenke found Demoff. Felt like he'd be the better option. And so that's what he did. He went out and was like, all right, Demoff, like, you do the steering of the ship, and, we'll see what we do. Yeah, that's just like, wow. That's, my God. Like I said, Tesla to a sob. I think Durant's going to Washington or Portland. Spida on the Knicks? Yeah, I don't know about that one. Only a couple teams have the assets for a trade. It's teams like Toronto and the Pelicans, who he probably doesn't even want to go to. That's also true. Rams should sign LeBron just to try to block field goals. That's interesting. That day McVay married his wife. He married OBJ that same day. That's an interesting little thing. Ooh, Twitter would be a war zone if it was Yankees versus Dodgers were in the World Series. Oh, yeah, it would. Cowboys are a family business. Expectations for Skoranek year 2. Hard to say. I thought he really blew my expectations out of the water. Not by the choice of his own, but the fact that he played so much this past year. I mean, I didn't see that coming. So I would expect him to play less, honestly, because they're gonna be hopefully somewhat more healthy. So yeah, I don't really know what to make of it, honestly. Like I hopefully he makes the team, I guess, but we'll see. Do you think the NBA should cut back the amount of games to ensure their star players play every game if not injured? Also limit amount of playoff series games as well. I don't think they should necessarily cut back the amount of games. I think 82 is good. I think these players, I mean, it's like baseball, right? You get a couple rest days in there. I don't know. I'm not really like the biggest fan though of some of the stuff. Essentially, like Kawhi Leonard taking half a year off is annoying. DeAndre Drummond is headed to the Chicago Bulls. Breaking news from Shams Charania, who is pretty much the best one to follow when it comes to basketball news. The guy is great. He's my go-to. By the way, it is that time of the show where we bash Joey Gallo. Because I just got a tweet anyway. It's not really that time. Yeah. Joey Gallo had a 138 batting average with 32 strikeouts in June. So he averaged a strikeout a day, essentially. More than a strikeout a day in June. Gallo is the first player in Yankees history with a sub-150 batting average and 30 Ks in any month. I just tweeted, I was like, get rid of him now. I don't know. I don't get it. Joey Gallo, man. What do you think the Jets' record and the Rams' record will be? So I think the Rams win 13 to 14 games. I think the Jets win 8 to 10 games. That's kind of how I'll put it right now. Good question, though. Who do you think is going to make it to the NBA Finals this year? Good question. Hmm. I said Grizzlies last year. I just don't know if they've really done anything or if they're going to get anybody. Because I was hoping that they would get Bradley Beal. But I don't think the Suns. I think the Suns are genuinely cursed. I feel like, honestly, if the Lakers get Kyrie and Kevin Durant, no doubt. If the Lakers get Kyrie, I still think there's a shot. Like, they don't just need Kyrie and Kevin Durant. So I guess my thought here is, like, the Clippers are an interesting one. The Lakers are always interesting. Um, Golden State, I think, is the obvious favorite. But, that's a really good question. Mavericks are in there. Like, here's the thing with the Dallas Mavericks. Is that everyone is going to all of a sudden be like, oh my god, what do they do now that they lost Brunson? I mean, I like Brunson. I think he's solid, but I think he's getting overrated for sure. My issue, though, with the Mavericks is that I don't like a lot of how the roster is created. Like, essentially, they have Luka, they have Dinwiddie, so they're good there. Tim Hardaway is a waste of a contract slot. I don't like Reggie Bullock. Finney Smith is solid. They do have Christian Wood, but aside from that, like, I'm not overly impressed with the stuff. What I would probably do is, if I were the Mavericks, I'd probably try and trade for John Collins. If I could do that, I'd probably try and trade for John Collins, and then you'd be looking at, a lineup of Luka, Spencer Dinwiddie. You'd have Dorian Finney-Smith playing the small forward spot. You have John Collins at power forward and Christian Wood at center. That's what I would do. Like, I would go after John Collins if I was Dallas. I don't think necessarily they have what it takes to win it all. No offense, because I know there was a Dallas fan in here. But it's tough to, I mean, am I just really sitting here trying to find teams that might stop Golden State from repeating? I mean, it feels that way. But at the same time, I mean, like, look at the Nuggets, right? That's the thing, is like, you look at the Nuggets and you're like, all right, they got Jokic. They have Jamal Murray will be back. Michael Porter Jr. will be back. They have Kentavious Caldwell-Pope, Aaron Gordon. They added DeAndre Jordan. They have, Nashawn Highland or Bones Highland, whatever that he wants to be called. They added Christian Brown in the draft. Ish Smith they added. Bryn Forbes is playing well towards the end of the year. They have Zeke Naji. So, I mean, I think this team is a couple pieces away, but the Nuggets are a team to watch in the West. Supermax Jokic, yeah. I'm thinking, like, the Jazz, no. The Jazz are about to implode. The Grizzlies, again, I'm very high on the Grizzlies, but the Grizzlies they didn't get any better, in my opinion. I did like that they added Kennedy Chandler. It was John Morant, Desmond Bane, Dylan Brooks, Jaren Jackson, Xavier Tillman, Steven Adams, Brandon Clark, Zaire Williams. They just added Tyus Jones, like they brought him back on a deal. Killian Tilly, who was pretty solid for them. And Kennedy Chandler they added in the draft. They also have Jarrett Culver. So I'd imagine that, they'd probably add another guy and they'd be right. But I mean, how do you pick anybody that isn't the Warriors in the West? I mean, if the Lakers get Kyrie and Kevin Durant, then yeah, it's the Lakers. But as of right now, I'd probably say the Warriors are back in the title game, the NBA Finals. Like, I don't know how they wouldn't be. I mean, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson, Andrew Wiggins, Otto Porter, you got Draymond Green, you got Kayvon Looney, you got James Wiseman, Nemanja Bjelica, You got Andre Iguodala, Jordan Poole, Gary Payton II, Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga. This team is loaded. Damian Lee, I mean, they're not going anywhere. That's the thing. They're not going anywhere. Like, Golden State, they got Weatherspoon as well on a two-way deal. Yeah, they're not going anywhere, man. Patrick Baldwin. Yeah, Patrick Baldwin, they drafted. 19 years old this year in the first round. I don't know. I just don't. Ryan Rollins as well. They got him in the second out of Toledo. Yeah, I don't see this team losing. I'm just being real. To answer your question, the Warriors will represent the West as of right now. And in the East, I mean, a lot depends on Kevin Durant, but I'm kind of inclined to, look at a team like the 76ers, because obviously Harden will be back. Embiid, Tobias Harris. They just added PJ Tucker, Paul Reed. We'll see if they keep Thibault. They're definitely in there. I'm thinking. Oh, you know what? No. No, I'm gonna go with Trae Young and DeJounte Murray and Bogdan Bogdanovic and Kevin Huerter and DeAndre Hunter and John Collins and Clint Capella and Onyeka Okongwu, or however you say his name, Lou Williams, AJ Griffin, Gorgie Zhang. Yeah, I'm going to go with the Atlanta Hawks. Right now, it would be Warriors-Hawks, in my opinion. I think that Murray deal, that puts them over the edge. Maybe I'm wrong. But to be honest with you, I think the Cavaliers are an interesting team too. Like, they missed the they made the play in. But I think they're also intriguing. You got Garland and Sexton, that court. Sexton is back from the injury. LeVert, you also have. You have Rondo. You have Goodwin. You have Ochai Agbaji. You have Osman. You have Okoro. You have Dean Wade. You have Lamar Stevens. You got Evan Mobley, Lauri Markkanen, Kevin Love, Isaiah Mobley, and you got Jarrett Allen and Moses Brown. Yeah, honestly, Cleveland looks nasty. Adding Ochai Agbaji is nuts. They didn't even need him. Yeah, I don't know, folks. I think it's Warriors and Hawks, but honestly, this Cavs team is very intriguing. I don't know. I mean, obviously, Celtics would be in there. The obvious ones. The Heat, Celtics, Bucks. But I'm thinking the Hawks and Warriors is where I'm going to go with this. What's up, Ted? Going with Quentin Lake, Breakout. Love it. I could definitely see that. The fake crypto is getting out of hand. It's ridiculous, man. We call them shit coins because they're not real. They're fake. And they're designed entirely to liquidate your account. So you put all your hard-earned money and you put it into the market cap, and basically what they do is they pull it out. They rug pull you. And a rug pull, you don't see it coming because it's literally like if you're standing on a rug and someone just pulls it out from under you and you can't see it because they're behind you. Like, there you go. It's a rug pull. So You go, you see the chart, and you're like, oh my God, it's going, and then all of a sudden, and it's down to 0 before you can even do anything. It's like if you've ever traded stock options on Robinhood. As soon as the market opens, the stock option, no matter what, it's either going to go way up or it's going to go way down. And so that's the thing, is that like stock options will like devalue if they're not, obviously things aren't going well, and it'll just go down, and you'll look at it at 8 and you'll be like, all right, it's fine. But then as soon as 9 hits, 8:59, then it hits 9, it's like, phew, there's the value of your option. Ow, I just hit my elbow. But yeah, shit coins is what I call them. Complete BS. Sorry I haven't been on. Was on vacation for a while. No worries, but I appreciate you being on now. Do you have any worries? Speaking of worries, do you have any worries for any position on the Rams roster? No, I think we're at the point where really just the punter I need to see. That's the only one that I don't have any like genuine confidence in, because I don't know much about Riley Dixon. I think he's okay, but the only help we need from Kroenke is help build training standard for the Rams. Real GOAT, love that name, so cool. Hey Jake, whoever we line up at corner is a bad man, 1 through 6. I agree. I really like all their corners. I like all their safeties. They're really... You don't like the backup quarterback? Come on, Trump. You're not a fan of Wolford or Perk? Come on, man. Too bad I want him in Miami with Butler. Dodgers versus Yankees will be good for TV ratings. Yeah, I agree. Phoenix Suns are the betting favorites to win the chip next year. They don't even have the assets for Durant unless they give up Booker. I don't get that. Why would Phoenix be the top team? They're not even going to have Ayton. Like, I think they're a good team. Don't get me wrong. And friend of the show, Mikal Bridges is on their team. You got Chris Paul. You got Devin Booker. Jay Crowder's a free agent. We'll see if they bring him back. DeAndre Ayton's leaving. Whether they trade him or not, he is gone. Bismack Biyombo would be their starter right now if the season started today. You got Cameron Johnson, Landry Shamet, and Cameron Payne. I really just like Payne out of those guys. I don't really... This team doesn't blow me away. Just my thoughts. Hopefully Cooper Kupp legendary 18 jersey number can help Ben Sco this season. Trump, why do you always yell at me? By the way, Jake, just hearing you talk about anything to me always makes my day. Even if I'm down, you have a positive influence on people. I really appreciate that, Ted. That's not the first time I've heard that. I don't know why. Like, I'm just talking. I'm talking my talk, and people seem to like my personality. Appreciate y'all. It's awesome. I like the athlete of Bryson Hopkins. Was really excited when we drafted him. Do you think he has a chance to start? If not, how often do you think he sees the field? Year 3 is usually that year for Rams. Yeah, it's one of those things where I'm a big fan of his, but I just don't feel like tight ends are utilized enough in this offense, and they don't have to be because of the receivers. They play the 11 personnel so much, so I don't know. I think he's somebody that is capable of being a starter in year 3, but it's going to be Higbee, and I think there's a chance Blanton is ahead of him, but I do think they're going to use all 3 of them. Yeah, they're always battling. Pretty much, yeah. Max Muncy. Is Jake Funk still on the roster? Can't wait to see him get busy this preseason. He is still on the roster, yes. I'm surprised you're bashing in your own players, but a 132 batting average is ridiculous. It's awful. It's so bad. Like, how do you have a 132 batting average? How do you average a strikeout per day? You don't even play every day during the month. That's horrible. You've struck out more games than you've played. That's so bad. That's really bad. It's just not good. Jake Allstott Funk. Lakers. Yeah, Funk's still here. Yankee Stadium or Citi Field. I've been to both. One for a concert, one for a baseball game. I'm going to say Yankee Stadium. But I think Citi Field's pretty good. All teams in Arizona are cursed. Flaws with Quentin Lake's game. Speed looks fine on film. His 10-yard split was great. I tend to value that over the other 2 speed metrics in the 40 when talking about DBs. Thoughts? No, I'm with you. I mean, I think they overrate certain aspects. He didn't run the best 40 time. He's very similar to Jordan Fuller, so, I mean, we know what Jordan Fuller did. I think he's kind of that same guy. I think he's going to have a really good career in the league. He's going to start off being great on special teams, which perfect right on time that I would notice that, but I do think he'll eventually be a starter on the defense. Well, LA let Monk get away. Yep, they let him go to the Kings. I hate the Kings. Ask anybody. My least favorite team in the NBA is the Sacramento Kings. I don't like the Clippers. Sacramento just bothers me because Sacramento, they're not like a big threat for the Lakers, but they're a big threat to Kansas. Every time there's a Kansas Jayhawk, whether it's Ben McLemore, whether it is Thomas Robinson, Cliff Alexander, it just does not matter who it is. Frank Mason, they always ruin Kansas players. They always do. It's so annoying. I was so glad when Abaji didn't go there, and I was so glad when Brown didn't go there. I really don't like the Kings, period. Please tell me Golden State won't repeat. I dislike them. I'm sorry. I think they might. Monk was making kibbles and bits last year with us and was only our bright spot. He deserves his money. I agree. Why does Jake have a button shirt if he doesn't use them? Hey, I do. It's 3 buttons. See? Boom. There you go. See that? There it is. It's being used. Because if it wasn't, it'd be like out like that. So, yeah. I got the 3 buttons going on. Come on now. I'm messing with you. But, yeah. It's a different look. I don't have too many shirts like this. What are they? Henley short sleeve Henleys is what they're called. So I don't know. It's funny though that you picked up on that. Supermax Jokic. Do you dislike the buttons on your shirt, Jake? Yep, very much so. They're bad. No, I don't have an issue with but I like having like 2 open or 1 open if it was a polo or whatever. But that's just me. Nick Wright, somewhere furious. Personally think the Golden State Warriors will win the Western Conference and Eastern Conference. I have no clue. Might be biased because I'm a Golden State Warriors fan. I think Golden State's going to win the West. I really do. Right now. That's interesting. I just need someone to win besides the Warriors. I'm so tired of them. I hear you. We need a good special teams to win close games, take teams into stressful situations by going discipline. What's up, Jake? People be clowning my Magic, but in a couple of years, I can see us being a problem for the East. We have a lot of young talent, tons of cap space and picks. What say you? Well, you didn't get Chet, whatever his name is, so I think you're in good shape because he's got bust written all over him. So Cole Anthony, I really like. You still have Fultz and Jalen Suggs. Suggs is awesome. You know, that's a really good core piece. Cole Anthony's really good. I like him. You still have R.J. Hampton, Gary Harris. All right, so I like the backcourt. Franz Wagner, very solid player in his own right. And then you get Ben Caro, as well as Chuma Okeke. And at some point, Jonathan Isaac. We'll see what happens with him. You also have Moritz Wagner. So I do like that. And then you brought Mo Bamba back today, and you have Wendell Carter Jr., this team might actually compete right out of the gate. They were 22-60 last year, but I think Banchero is going to help them out. Shout out to the one F1 guy. Do you remember when Banchero was at the F1 race? And the guy's like, "Oh, hi, Patrick Mahomes." It's like, I'm here with Patrick Mahomes, and he's just like, man, that was iconic. Do you think the Rams will have less close games this year? Maybe it'll be nice if we could blow out a few teams. Yeah, I think that's kind of what I'm thinking. I think their offense is going to be clicking a lot more this year. That would be something. Yeah, Bucks normally do. They know how to do it. Expect Kroenke to put pressure on the Nuggets front office to deliver a championship now that he's collecting a championship in every league like Thanos collecting Infinity Stones. There you go. Raptors, baby. Ballers you can stick. Ram fan, great idea. I'm a Raptors fan. I'm not trading Scotty and other assets for a 34-year-old KD. I'm with you. I'm totally with you there. You know, that's actually one thing I will say. I love Scotty Barnes. I love him. I think he is an absolute star. You know, I really do. And Toronto, I honestly wasn't giving enough respect to, so I apologize for that. Fred VanVleet, Gary Trent Jr., OJ Anunoby, Scotty Barnes, Pascal Siakam. You got Precious Achua. You got Kem Birch. You got Chris Boucher. Svi Mikhailuk, love him, of course, being a Kansas fan. Armani Brooks, Malachi Flynn. Yeah, this is a good team. I like this team. They went 48-34 last year. They are being slept on. They are being slept on. I will say that straight up. Yeah, I'm not the biggest Palenka fan. Would be nice, yes. Yeah. Celtics 2 years away from being in that squad. Seems that way. Maybe even the Celtics repeat. Also, Tatum as a future superstar. Which hit was better, Jalen hit on Mike Evans or Jalen hit on Golden Tate? Definitely the Jalen hit on Golden Tate. That was like a full-on Triple H, Goldberg, Brock Lesnar spear. Edge spear. That was really a Goldberg spear, I would say. Jake going to be attending the Rams training camp in UC Irvine, rocking my Stafford Super Bowl jersey. Hopefully I can get some signatures on it. Yeah, that's sick. Yeah, let me know how that goes. Cinco folded, Golden Tate. Yeah, big time. Drummond to Chicago, huh? They need a small forward. I know the Lakers were heavily interested in getting, well, at least that's what I saw, Kobe White, but I don't know. All right, so Drummond is a 2-year, $6.6 million deal with the Bulls. Interesting. I'm glad to know about shitcoins because I almost talked into getting some. See? See? This is what I'm talking about. Don't allow this to happen. But this is what I mean. They prey on people who don't know. And they look at the fact, like, the way, like, we have all this inflation in our country right now. So they know people are going to be like, you know, they're starting to feel a little bit of the pressure, trying to make ends meet, things like that. It can't hurt to invest a little bit here. And then obviously if it comes out, then I am kind of, you know, able to breathe. It gives you some breathing room with your checking and all of that. Yeah, that's what they want you to think. So then they take your money. Their shitcoin goes to zero. So they just take your money and you get nothing in return. It's a scam without them actually getting in trouble. Yeah, one of my favorite actors, by the way. You should probably know him. His name is Ben McKenzie. He was in the OC, which it's top 5 show for me. He was in Gotham, which is a top 10 show for me. Yeah, and Ben McKenzie has since left Hollywood essentially to fight crypto, to fight all this, you know, nonsense and all the fraud and everything. So he's been going around on, like, you know, CNBC and things like that and spreading the word because essentially it's just like it's the golden age of fraud. You know, it's just, what's your season win-loss projection for the Rams? I think I have it at 13-4 or 14-3. I don't remember which one. It's going to be one or two of those. I don't really know. I can't really decide. I'm going to say probably 14-3 for now. Lakers are obsessed with stars. Update on Beckham? Fortunately, nothing. Jake going for that Han Solo look with the button shirt. Oh, now I like it even more. We're waiting impatiently for the OBJ signing for real, for real. I know when is OBJ going to sign. I'm starting to get worried. Nobody buttons a Henley all the way. Let it rock. Bingo. We need Beckham. Federico. Toronto stays slept on. Rhino inspired spear. Oh, yeah, Rhino. That's right. That's a name. Damn. That's a throwback. I remember him from TNA. Masai Ujiri of the Raptors is one of the best GMs I've seen. Jake, dude, hits with his draft picks consistently. You're right. That's why his team is so good. And they got a Chua who, I don't know, like, that's the thing I don't understand. Like, the Heat deserve credit for developing guys like Duncan Robinson, but then they also like guys like Kendrick Nunn, and I know, spare me with all of the Bone Brews comments, because I know, trust me, I thought it was, I made fun of it already too. But Kendrick Nunn at one point looked like he could be a stud. And you have Kendrick Nunn, who's still young, by the way, and Precious Achiuwa, who they got from Memphis. And they gave up on Achiuwa like overnight. Like, why did they even get rid of him? He was part of like what he was part of the Kyle Lowry deal. Like, was that really worth it? I don't know. Yeah, that wasn't the best. iPhone for sure, baby. iPhone. I remember the NBA experts, talking heads, clown you jury for the Kawhi move. Yeah, and then they won a title. You're just messing with me. Favorite throwback jersey of all time? The Rams. The blue and yellow. Tim Cook cut the check. Why does he sound familiar? Who is Tim Cook? Oh, Apple. I was like, God, he sounds so familiar. The CEO of Apple. Duh. Best wrestler of all time, Jake? This is a multi-layered question. Because if I were to tell you my favorite wrestler of all time, it is Rey Mysterio. But if you talk about the best wrestler of all time, who has it all? The mic skills, the wrestling skills, like technical wrestling, can high fly, has power, has speed, agility, awareness, like the whole package is CM Punk. I think CM Punk is the greatest wrestler of all time. I really do. I think Shawn Michaels is probably up there, but I really think CM Punk is the greatest wrestler of all time. And I could not stand him at one point, but I just learned to respect him because I just think he's so good at everything. Because pro wrestling, a lot of it, as much as I don't love it, a lot of it has to do with the mic stuff, I think I'd say CM Punk. I just think CM Punk has just the total package. I really do. And what I like about him is he's not one of those brutes. Because my biggest issue with wrestling is how they always, they promote the shit out of the brutes. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, brutes are Brock Lesnar, Bobby Lashley, although Bobby Lashley never got a push back in the day when he should have, and it's way overdue, so I'm not going to hate on him for it. But you have guys like, Goldberg, who I actually liked, but Goldberg, Brock Lesnar, Big Show isn't technically a brute. He's like his own thing. But I'm just so over, the brute force. I don't care. Those guys don't intrigue me. They're the same. They're cookie cutter. I'm not saying they're garbage, but Batista. As much as I like Dave Bautista as an actor, people used to call him Batista because he wasn't that good of a wrestler. He was just a brute force. I feel like CM Punk was the best. John Cena is 100% not respected enough. Everyone's like, well, Cena sold out or whatever. And this goes back to what we were talking about the other day about how, anytime I always laugh anytime, a wrestling fan says that, a wrestler sold out because they went to Hollywood. Hate to break it to you, in case you're not aware, but WWE is a massive corporation. And furthermore, that is Hollywood. That is Hollywood. Whether you realize it or not, they are acting all the time. It is an act. It's not entirely fake, but it is an act. John Cena was told ahead of time that he was going to win WrestleMania or that he was going to lose WrestleMania. I hope people realize that and they're not oh, I love when people are like, well, man, John Cena's won 8 titles. I'm like, dude, this isn't sports. This isn't he didn't earn it. He did earn it. I don't want to take away from him, but it's not it was predetermined. The writers predetermined that. I don't know why that's so hard to understand. The writers predetermined it. I've seen so many times when people be like, oh, what do you mean you don't have Triple H in your top 5? He had 10 world titles. Bro, Triple H did not win those titles without it being predetermined. Like, you think that pedigree does anything more than just give you knee issues? Like, low-key, the pedigree doesn't make any sense. It just, like, it looks, like, horrible for your knees. You know, I think my favorite finisher was the RKO. I remember just doing that on the trampoline. Just come out of nowhere, just grab someone by the neck and just rip them down. Jump up in the air. Like, that was fun. The RKO was dope. And Randy Orton would do that at any given moment. That was cool. But I hate ones that are like, guys all groggy, and then like Triple H is taking the guy's arm like this, and then he like jumps and like slams his knees on the pavement or on the canvas, and then they're like, what? That I couldn't stand that. Or the People's Elbow. I like The Rock. The People's Elbow is the most theatrical nonsense. It's just as bad as the Five Knuckle Shuffle, as much as I love John Cena. I mean, I'm not hating. I'm just being honest. The Batista bomb was just a power bomb, though. That was my issue with the Batista bomb. It was just a power bomb, you know. The best was the jackknife. Kevin Nash used to just toss you, like he wouldn't even like drop. He would just toss somebody, and they'd land on the back of their neck. It's so stupid. It's just an elbow drop, bro, with like theatrics. That's where like I would butt heads with like a diehard wrestling fan, because I used to be a diehard wrestling fan, but eventually like I got so tired of like how much it's scripted. Like, I get why it's scripted, but it'd be the same thing, and they'd be like, "Oh, I cannot believe my eyes," and like of course the announcer's talking, and he's like, "He's cheating the man. Ref, turn around, ref." And then he turned around and the guy gets low blowed and the ref didn't like notice. He's like occupied with some ringside manager or whatever. And then he turns around and the guy either hits him with a steel chair or like hits him in the groin. And he's on the ground completely out cold or in pain and not able to move. And then they go and they pin the guy, and all of a sudden it's like, and he wins the title, and you're like, awesome, ref. Wow, thanks for being completely useless. They like, in my opinion, pro wrestling tag team matches are the most unwatchable event, in my opinion, by far. If it's a tornado tag team, that's dope. I don't know why we don't do that more. Like tornado, the whole point of tornado tag team is that you're not on the side of the ring waiting to tag in. You're already in. It's both you, and then the first person that gets pinned loses. That team loses. That's the best. But like I could not stand like tag team matches, because I watched Rey Mysterio. I loved Rey Mysterio. And he'd like be with John Cena, and like John Cena would tag in, and he'd do all the crazy stuff. He'd do the scoop slam. He would do the the five knuckle shuffle. He'd set him up for the attitude adjustment, FU, whatever you want to call it, and he gets ready to do it. And the referee, for whatever reason's talking to Rey Mysterio like, "Hey, you gotta watch it," or whatever. And then like behind the ref's back, these guys, like, he's about to go up for the attitude adjustment, has him in a fireman's carry, and is about to just drop him like that on the side. And then the tag team guy would like punch John Cena in the face, knock him down, and then the ref's not paying attention, and they wonder like, "Oh, no, yeah, I don't know how John Cena ended up on the ground bleeding, but yeah, sure, that seems legit." Like, that just got so annoying. I don't know. I just have my thoughts on wrestling. Again, I really enjoyed it. I've seen multiple live wrestling events. Like, I saw when Al Sharpton was the guest host, or the guest general manager of Monday Night Raw. But oh my god, not the worm. Oh Jesus. Yeah, see those? I hate the theatrical elbow drops. They're the most ridiculous thing ever. So I saw Ray. I never saw Ray in person, which is sad. Now that I think about it, I saw Kofi Kingston do the SOS, which is really sick, and the Trouble in Paradise like kick. Loved Kofi. I watched Evan Bourne do the moon, or whatever they call it. The I don't even know what it's called. Not moonsault. It's called something else. Space. I don't even know. I'm not gonna remember. But I know Brock Lesnar did it once. Something press. But anyway, I saw Evan Bourne do that. I saw Kofi Kingston. I saw Chris Jericho's cool moonsault where he jumps off the second rope and then does a moonsault. I saw Jeff Hardy do the Swanton Bomb on Great Khali. Yeah, because I went to a house show it was a house show in Glens Falls, New York, and we saw SmackDown. It's a house show, so that means it wasn't recorded. It wasn't on TV, and Jeff Hardy fought the Great Khali, and it was like ridiculous. Yeah, Lion Salt. Shooting Star Press. There we go. I remember now. Yeah, I think Randy Orton like RKO'd Evan Bourne in the mid Shooting Star Press. It was like insane. DX was together last time I was in I went to an event. That was kind of cool. I didn't realize though D-Generation X was really corny. I didn't realize like until I got older. I was like, wow, they're really corny. And basically their whole thing, like, it just did nothing made sense about it. But yeah, man, the wrestler stuff was nuts. Absolutely nuts. I actually really like Sweet Chin Music. I thought that was fun. The high flyers are always the ones I respected the most. There was this one guy. I'm sorry, the best move, I think, was actually, it was Sin Cara. He did the moonsault, but it was like a rock bottom. It was called like a flip bottom or whatever. I don't know what he called it. But he would grab you by the throat and then just do a moonsault and like rock bottom you. I loved that so much. Appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for donating, Trevor. I appreciate that. Diggs wide receiver 1. Interesting. Yeah, I think so I have Allen Robinson leading the league in receiving. That's my big bold prediction, but I think Justin Jefferson is going to be wide receiver 1 in fantasy. But I don't think Diggs being wide receiver 1 is a bad thing. I'm expecting a pretty big year out of what's his face, Gabe Davis, so we'll see. Oh yeah, I know. That stuff's nuts. Yeah, I mean, my point in doing this, like this open forum live stream, is all about like, this is like hanging out at a bar. This is like chilling. You know what I mean? We're all talking about everything. We're talking about wrestling now. I haven't talked about wrestling in forever. My co-host of my horror podcast that we haven't done in a while, The Devil's Eyes, he covers wrestling. You know, Jarrett Bailey. I'm actually gonna look up now. Give him a shout out at J Bailey NFL. He covers wrestling. I think he has his own show. I don't remember, but he's very into it. I mean, NBA favorite throwback is low key. And it's not, I'm not gonna say Lakers. Although Minneapolis Lakers, the blue and yellow, like the UCLA colors, very spot on. I think those are great. I have a Kobe jersey in that. But no, I'm gonna say the old school Atlanta Hawks with like the slanted text and everything. The white one, the one that Dominique Wilkins wore. That's what I would say. I would go with the old school Atlanta Hawks ones. Sorry, iPhone to me is a dummy phone. I'm a Samsung all the way. Happens. Yeah, I'm more iPhone, but best wrestler HBK. Yeah, again, like I think he definitely is in that conversation for sure. Ricky Steamboat. I forget what his finishing move was, but yeah, I know a lot of people really liked him. Jake, you think the Rams will rock a new jersey this year since the bone jerseys weren't present in the photo shoots? I don't know. I'm not totally sold on them not announcing a uniform like what was originally like reported, because people were saying that like, oh yeah, Demoff is saying that they're not going to have a uniform. I don't know. I think they still might because some of the other ones are being announced, but we'll see. Punk is my guy though. Yeah. Snuka is my all-time favorite. Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Shawn Michaels or The Rock, in my opinion. Problem is with The Rock, though, I just don't feel like he had like Shawn Michaels was a technician. You know, he had a lot of like he had the reverse atomic drop. He had, he would do a moonsault off the turnbuckle. He'd also do the heartbreaker, the elbow. You know, the one where he goes like that, and then like yeah, he had a bunch of stuff like the leg drop that he had, the Sweet Chin Music. Not to mention the flying clothesline. Like The Rock he didn't get up and do a lot of the flying stuff that Shawn Michaels did, to be fair. And John Cena, I mean, I love John Cena. John Cena did do that. John Cena does not get enough credit for going up and doing that freaking leg drop on the back of the neck. That was insane. Like that's not. CM Punk also one of the best intro themes of all time. Oh yeah, dude. Killswitch Engage was great. And then he switches to Living Color. And Cult of Personality is great. So it's like, I still listen to The Fire or This Fire or whatever. And I still listen to Cult of Personality. So he's got two great intro songs. Great intro song, The Miz, I Came to Play by Downstate. I love that song. Still listen to that every now and then. Undertaker always landing on his feet in the beginning was awesome. Oh, yeah. Kurt Angle is the GOAT. Well, Kurt Angle was the only one that was like a legit real wrestler. Like the guy wrestled in the Olympics. So Cena is a pro. Cena follows me on Twitter. The Brahma Bull was crazy during the Attitude Era. They created SmackDown after him. Yeah. The best wrestler is clearly Logan Paul. Miss Elizabeth. When team wins Super Bowl, those people who watch them win, do they become fans of that team? I mean, I think to a degree. I think a lot of, I think the Rams missed out on a lot of fans, in my generation because when they lost to the New England Patriots, I think a lot of them became fans of the New England Patriots. 3 weeks to training camp. Yeah, we're getting there. When The Rock asked Stephanie McMahon if she wanted some strudel was the funniest thing ever in my 12-year-old world. To the Rams, do the Rams win the Super Bowl? I think they do. I miss when Cena's finisher was called the FU and booed when they changed it to the attitude adjustment. I was fine with the AA, but yeah, I like the STFU. That was like, they called it the STF afterwards. I don't know how that made any sense, but the STFU was like I forget how it was. It was like an army, like I don't know the term of it, but it was almost like a Anaconda Vice, but like a modified Anaconda Vice with like a like a leg, like a bar of the leg, like a leg bar. I don't know what to call it, but yeah, like you're hooking the leg with your leg. I don't know. It's weird. I like it, SM. I thought they did a nice job. Young talents, guys that can help, contribute right off the bench. I don't see any of them needing to start. So the only thing that I would complain about, and it's not really a complaint, it's more so like, is I really like Lonnie Walker. I think he has a chance to be really good in this Lakers system, but I do have reservations that they gave him the MLE. I was a little surprised by that. Let's see. Jake the Snake's DDT. Diamond Cutter. Yeah, and the Diamond Cutter's the old school one, Diamond Dallas Page. But the thing about the Diamond Cutter, and obviously I know it started the RKO, but the RKO is a jumping Diamond Cutter, essentially. The Diamond Cutter just like, it's, I don't know. It looks more intense when you're jumping and doing that. I'm a Stone Cold guy. Love the Stone Cold Start. Oh, that was great. I like the Hogan leg drop, but I mean, it is funny how, like, it really wasn't anything. It was so big back in the day, but, like, yeah, now guy would kick out of. That was also the funny thing about wrestling. If you did a finisher and it was like one of the moves, like a sequence move where it led up to your finisher, but then someone else's finisher, like, that was someone else's finisher. Like, for instance, what I mean is, like, if you do a clothesline from hell, and you're not JBL, you're not getting the 3 count. But if you're JBL, instantly that is the finisher. No one found that kind of funny? Like, Kane would choke slam a guy, boom, and he's done, right? But, like, Undertaker would never win with a choke slam. He always won with, like, a tombstone, or he won with what the hell? The Last Ride. I always thought that was funny. I like the Styles clash. AJ Styles off the top rope. I always thought he was going to tear his ACL doing it, though. That was my only issue. Spinebuster was more powerful than the People's Elbow. Yeah, Stone Cold was great. Donald Trump. Yeah, didn't Donald Trump, like, do a clothesline on Vince McMahon or something? He's in, like, the WWE Hall of Fame, as funny as that sounds. Good one, Elliot. DDP and Macho Man had some classics. 619 was the most creative finisher I've ever seen in wrestling. So, low-key, the 619 with the West Coast pop, that was the best, in my opinion. Because that went right into a flip, like a Hurricane Rana flip, where then it went right into a pin. Whereas, and I'm not hating on Ray. I love Ray. But it got to the point where obviously you could tell his age was starting to affect him. And he would just do like a seated senton and then go up and do a frog splash. Like, I don't know. Or tadpole, whatever it was. Whatever they called it. It was like a modified frog splash. Bret Hart with the sharpshooter was cold too. That's kind of what I meant. Like John Cena, it's almost like a reverse sharpshooter with like an Anaconda Vice type of grip on the face, on the neck. Or crossface, that's what it is. It's like a crossface. The Hitman. Favorite type of... Oh, I'd probably go... I don't know. I mean, I like beef, but I also like chicken. I don't know. I guess it really depends on the day. I think I like them equally now. I used to hop in the jumper and put my cousins in the sharpshooter all the time. The Steiners were a dope tag team. RVD had a crazy aerial game too. Yeah, the 5-star frog splash. My favorite about RVD's frog splash is that he would go flying across the ring too. Like you could see the when he hit the body, he would go flying. Like I loved that. It made it feel like natural. It wasn't like a fake thing. Dink and Doink. Oh god. Dink the Clown. Doink the Clown. Mysterio Jr. and Juventud were my favorite high flyer. Yeah, I mean, Rey Mysterio was great. So great. Love Mysterio. RVD is goated. Thunder, Ligers, in God tier. Fake or not, I always respect the guys in the air because gravity is real. That Mankind's Summer Slam match is still goated. No idea how he's still alive, by the way. Like, I don't know how that didn't kill him. RVD and Jerry Lynn matches carried ECW. The Gabe Davis discourse in the hardcore fantasy community is crazy. Torch and Pitchforks coming out. That's so weird. Sting is goated. Yo, what was Sting's finisher? Like, I don't even remember. The Scorpion Deathlock. Okay. It was an inverted DDT. Oh, I really don't like the inverted DDT. I always thought that was kind of lame. The worst wrestler? That is tough. I mean, there's some bad wrestlers, but I'll probably have to say, I mean, Kali was pretty bad. Hornswoggle was bad. I mean, Gilbert is the worst wrestler of all time. The one that was like the knockoff Goldberg, but as far as like one that actually tried to be a real wrestler, I'm going to say right now, Brodus Clay. Do you guys remember him? Somewhat new. I mean, not new. Like, he hasn't been around a while, but he was bad. The Funkasaurus or whatever, they ruined. I would say they ruined him, but I just don't think he was a good wrestler, period. So, I don't know. I was not a fan. Facts. Yo, I always liked Ted DiBiase. He had this $1 million, like the $1 million lock or whatever. Like, and then he would do like the rock bottom coming out of that. I thought his finisher was sick. I like Ted DiBiase. I don't know what happened to him. Ted DiBiase Jr. Because his father, he had the $1 million chokehold or whatever, and then like he turned that into a rock bottom. Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't have an issue that it's fake. I don't have an issue with it, but there's people that don't like it. Yeah, he is. This is a fact because AJ Styles in TNA was way better than WWE. What I don't like about WWE is when they grab a talent like that, they turn him into like a minor leaguer. Like Samoa Joe was like a TNA World Champion, if I'm not mistaken, was pretty effective too. And then WWE gets him into like, yeah, he's gonna fight for the intercontinental title. I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't like that. Like the fact that they took Tyler Black from ROH, and they're like, yeah, even though Tyler Black is like this super like massive, like I don't like that. First off, he changed his name to Seth Rollins, which I don't hate, but it was like he had to go through like Nexus. Remember they had to make it like he had to go through like Next. I didn't like that he had to be like NXT. Like I thought that was stupid. Like this guy instantly could have been a top guy. I was just tired of that. Like, you know, it's the same thing with Bryan Danielson. Like, guy was one of the best wrestlers, period, in the industry. And they're like, Daniel Bryan, and you're gonna be in NXT. So he has to like prove himself. Like he's like some prospect. Like the guy didn't earn his keep. That shit annoyed me. Kevin said in a podcast they are not introducing a new uniform. That feels very MCU. Like he could just be like dodging that. He could be lying. A black, blue, and yellow jersey would be sick. That would be cool. AJ carried TNA for years. You know what was great in TNA? Suicide was so good. Remember Suicide? I think he was Brian Christopher Daniels. I think that's who it was. Like just in that costume, but I really liked Suicide. And oh my god, don't get me started with the Young Bucks. I had never seen a tag team match that I ever enjoyed as much as the Young Bucks in like the Ultimate X match or whatever. Like it was insane. They're so good. New Japan AJ Styles. All right, that's fair. I would love a new version of Rams navy blue and white. I'd like to avoid the fearsome foursome Rams look. I'm totally fine with that they honored it like at the Coliseum, but now I'm over it. I don't know. 84 Bulls jersey with Chicago in cursive is my favorite throwback. MLPS Lakers second. I feel that. I think The Rock became a better actor than a wrestler. What do you think? I think that's fair. Kurt Angle was nice in the 2000s. Rikishi had one of the funniest and terrifying finishers. Yeah, it would kill you. It would absolutely kill any of us. Cody Rhodes' current theme is tough. Cody Rhodes doesn't wear knee pads. That bothers me. And Matt Riddle, I think his name is Matt Riddle. He's actually from my area. He grew up 20 minutes away from me. And while I definitely hope he does well, I can't get over the fact he doesn't wear knee pads or like boots. It just looks weird. You know what I mean? Has anyone seen Matt Riddle, like how he just rocks like the no boots and knee pads look? It's really odd and it makes me feel weird. Like a barefoot wrestler, it just feels like sumo. It's odd. To the people who cry about wrestling being fake, go ahead, take a chair shot a couple times while you're at it. Take some Ric Flair chops while you're at it. LOL, see if it's fake after that. Doctor of Thugonomics, Aracena was absolutely gold on the mic. Oh, yeah. Hogan, terrible. Have y'all seen Ready to Rumble? Such a great wrestling movie. Hogan's average, but entertaining. Jake, if you had to start a franchise with any fictitious football player, who are you drafting in the first round? Me, I'm taking Bobby Boucher easily. Fictitious football player. Any fictitious football player. Man, God, I don't even know. Bobby Boucher from The Waterboy. If I really, because I don't really watch a lot of those football movies, but if I were, I'm just gonna say screw it. I'm gonna go with Thad Castle. I'm gonna go with Thad Castle. Give me the next Brian Urlacher of our generation. But that, yeah, I mean, if I like, I'm looking, I remember, what's his name? I forget. Vontae Mack from Draft Day. I've never seen Draft Day, but I've heard of him. And I've heard of Spencer James from All American. But I haven't really watched those. So, yeah, give me Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State. The next Brian Urlacher. Or Brian Boswell. If you know, you know. Phenomenal forearm. Oh, yeah. WCW Ray was different. A redo of the Rams 2018 all yellow color rush would be cool. I agree with that. Eddie Guerrero, yeah. RVD, oh, big time. Scorpion Deathlock. So many wrestlers have passed. Yeah, it's very dangerous. That tells you all you need to know. Yeah, it may be fake, like as in predetermined, but it's not fake like what they're putting their bodies into. A lot of them get obsessed with taking painkillers because how just the job is so ridiculous. Worst wrestler was Great Khali. Pretty much. Big Daddy V was pretty bad too. Hogan. What is wrestling rank on your favorite sport? I mean, it's not close to my favorite. And that pretty much that era, like that time in my life is kind of past. But I mean, at one point every Friday I made plans. I'd watch with my friends. I'd watch SmackDown every Monday at 9 or whatever when it came on. I'd be watching Monday Night Raw. So, I could never get into ECW and I could not get into WWE Superstars because I didn't have. First off, I didn't have the channel. I don't think. Maybe I don't know. I never watched it. So. I always liked Biggie Langston though, and then he ended up finally making it because Biggie Langston was in the Florida Championship Wrestling, the FCW, and I used to like watch that because FCW had like a YouTube channel, and I would follow like him, and I'd follow like what's his name Skip Sheffield, who ended up being Ryback. Yeah, I ended up following those guys because that was like a step below NXT, or yeah, it was a step below like NXT ECW. So I remember Christian Cage, Funkasaurus, Giant Gonzalez. The worst wrestler is probably someone we've never heard of because he couldn't make it. That's true. Hogan versus Rock, WrestleMania 18. The whole crowd was chanting for Hogan. I must be old. I remember the Iron Sheik's camel clutch. Yeah. I still see him every day on Twitter. He's quite the character. Samoa Joe got disrespected in WWE, 100%. Do you play any instruments? Just curious. So I used to play the bass like back when I was like little, but like I learned a few songs and no, I never really got into it. I sing a little bit, like, but I don't like I've recorded stuff. I'll probably never release it, but I do sing. I can do the like the fry screaming that you would see in like a metalcore band. So, you know, that's pretty much I mean, that's pretty much an instrument. If you can sing, your voice is an instrument, but I'm not like good at it, you know what I mean? I feel confident enough to go up and do karaoke and sing Panic at the Disco, but I'm not super confident to like drop my own singles and stuff like that. So, and I don't think that's not for me. The last thing I would want to do is put myself out there in music and have myself blow up in music and now I'm not doing the thing I'm passionate about, you know? So, not saying I would, but that would literally be something I wouldn't want. Brian Danielson is up there too, 100%. The Young Bucks are dope, big time. Why are cookies called cookies? They aren't supposed to be cooked. They are supposed to be baked. They should be called bakies. Like, who even made up with that is stupid. Oh my god. Well, that's something. You're not wrong. Flair never wore his knee pads right. No, he never wore them right. And like I said, Cody Rhodes never wore knee pads and always bothered me. And he wore high socks, which also bothered me. First time I ever tried to watch TNA, they had Shark Boy and Curry Man in the ring, and I noped off that channel, LOL. See, that's different because the first time I watched TNA, I saw the Ultimate X match, and I was like, what the hell is this? This is way better than WWE. And it wasn't. The product was not better, but I remember watching Matt Morgan and guys like that. Oh, dude, that one guy, what was his name? He had the Gringo Killer. Okay, that was like his finishing move. That was like my favorite finishing move. You know, it was like, oh, what the hell is his name? Homicide. Homicide and Hernandez. What the hell were they called? They were called Latin American Exchange. The LAX. Yes. Yes. I remembered them. Finally. Yeah, Homicide was awesome. LAX was awesome. Absolutely loved LAX. Did they ever go to WWE? I don't think so. Yeah. I guess he never went to WWE. Returned to TNA. Returned again. ROH. And now they're at AEW. Or he's at AEW. But yeah, I was a big fan of his. He was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed their tag team. They're from Brooklyn, New York. I always found that funny. They're both from Brooklyn, New York, even though they're called LAX. But um, Nelson Arazo. He's 45. But yeah, I was a big fan of his. Fun to watch. Shane Falco. I haven't heard much about this new Leprechaun movie. What do you think? I hope there's no new Leprechaun movie. Please no. No. Please tell me no. No, why? They're ready for a comeback? Lionsgate plotting the return of the Leprechaun franchise? Oh, come on, man. Damn. No. The Spiral director on a Leprechaun reboot, there's only so many times you can beg. Who is begging for a Leprechaun reboot? That's so stupid. I'd rather do neither. I hate the Minions. I think they're absolutely dumb. I don't get their appeal. I don't think that they're clever. I think they're annoying. I mean, if you really think about it, this is why I hate the Minions. They are basically just a ripoff of the aliens in Toy Story. Like, how are they any different than the aliens in Toy Story? How are they any different? Minions are just the yellow version of the aliens in Pixar's Toy Story. And for whatever reason, people made a huge big deal about it. People still buy those alien things. But, like, they're the same thing. It doesn't, like, I don't know why they're so big. The Minions are stupid. Yes. You've been chosen. Like, yeah, like, I actually like the aliens. I thought they were, you know, they were cool for the movie. I'm going to tweet that out, actually. I don't know, man. I can't. I mean, am I wrong? With the whole alien thing? Am I wrong? Just like, bruh. The Minions can go away. Forever. I hate them. I can't believe they made, like, they literally got their own movie. They got their own ride at, Universal. I don't know. I despise them. That's been tweeted. I can focus now. I needed to get that out of the way. All right. Let's catch up here. Willie Beaming any given Sunday. Shane Falco from the replacements is Jake's pick probably. No, my pick is Thad Castle from Blue Mountain State. My nephew wants to dress up as a leprechaun. Should I talk him out of it? Yes. Agreed, Nolan. Definitely. Top 5 baseball movies, top 5 football movies. I haven't even watched 5 baseball or football, so I really couldn't tell you. Baseball, all I can really think of is Bad News Bears, and I watched Bad News Bears. I watched The Sandlot. I watched Mr. 3000 with Bernie Mac. Man, I football. I saw Invincible. I saw Rudy. I saw The Blind Side. I've probably seen more basketball, to be honest, but I don't really like sports movies normally. I saw Hustle. I saw Like Mike. I saw Like Mike 2, unfortunately. I saw Coach Carter. Yeah, I've seen more basketball, for sure. Yeah, not going to lie, not a huge wrestling fan. Not everyone is. I'm not either anymore. There's a reason Kurt Angle was given the nickname Perk Angle. Really crazy to hear the story on his pain pill addiction. Ooh. That's bad. The Longest Yard. Hall Notes cover, man. Slap at the base. We knew Jake when he was a YouTuber. LOL. Hey, Jake, if you were to watch all 5 seasons of Stranger Things while string on a couch Sitting on a chair on the couch while also drinking a vanilla milkshake. How old's your grandma? What? It sounds to me, and Rams fan, you're my friend here, so I'm not trying to trash you. But are you driving? Did you tell Siri to speak that? Did Siri make that? Like, was that a voice operated message? Because I didn't understand any of that. Okay, yeah, I'm not the only one. I was like, yeah, I don't know. Uncut Gems is, yeah, I watched Uncut Gems. Loved that. Probably my favorite. Not really a basketball movie. It's somewhat about basketball, but LAX. That's like saying, why do we call French fries that name when they're not from France? At least they're fried. Hornswoggle in a Leprechaun movie. Oh no. I mean, I'd rather watch Minions than a Leprechaun. I hate them both. If you work as security at a Samsung store, does that make you a guardian of the galaxy? Oh my god, man. Jesus. I've been chosen. I heard it was really good, so you enjoyed it? That's good. You don't recommend seeing it in theater, though. That's interesting. Sounds like a red flag to me. Any movie you don't recommend seeing in theater, you're saying it's not good enough to spend money on. That's what you're saying, essentially, so I'll have to take your word for it. Do you see the new Jurassic World movie? I thought it was pretty trash. I did not see it. I want to see it. No, absolutely not. What the hell's the Rise of Goo? Or Gru? I don't even know. Minions aren't for us, Jake. Think everyone under age 10. They're being poisoned in a well of ignorance and terrible imagination. And let's be honest here, the Minions again are once again a complete and utter ripoff of the aliens from Toy Story. They are. I'm not wrong. The Leprechaun. The Leprechaun and the Leprechaun. No, the other. Okay, you know what series I hate more than the Leprechaun? This is what I'll tell you. Jeepers Creepers. It was made by a damn pedophile. I'm not a cancel culture person, but I do not like the Jeepers Creepers movies. I would never watch them again. Sadly, I've already seen the bullshit that is Jeepers Creepers, but those movies are terrible, and I just, no. The fact that that guy got away with it, too. Like, no. Top Gun Maverick was 10 out of 10, though. Not a Top Gun fan. So I will definitely not see that in theaters, but maybe someday. I still need to see Spiderhead. Yeah, I still need to see Spiderhead. The new Maverick movie was awesome. I keep seeing that. Someone gave you free tickets for the Leprechaun. What would you do with that? I would very nicely explain that I am not interested in seeing that movie. My time is very valuable. This is what I would not explain to them, but I would just explain, this would be my mindset. My time's very valuable. I'm not going to waste my time watching a movie that I already know I'm going to despise and it's going to make me annoyed. So no. Uncut Gems is goated. None. I don't get the big yellow things that say you've been chosen. Top 5 football, Friday Night Lights, the program. Oh, I saw the program. That was good. Remember the Titans, Any Given Sunday, Varsity Blues. Interesting. You got to pick one, the Minions or Leprechauns, but you got to choose one. Which is the worst? Well, at least with the Leprechaun, and I hate the Leprechaun. Ugh, I hate the Leprechaun. Oh, I hate it so much. Why are you doing this to me? The Leprechaun, this is what I would say. At least to a degree, it's something that I like. It's still horror. I mean, it's not, like, it's ridiculous, right? But at least it's horror. The Minions, it gives nothing. I get nothing out of it. I hate it. I'm mad the whole time. So, I guess the oh, man, I hate saying that. The Leprechaun, I guess. Someone told me the other day the Leprechaun is the horror version of E.T. I totally disagree. What do you think? I don't see how that's at all the same. E.T. is a very revolutionary movie by Steven Spielberg. That, you know, they were dealing with practical effects in a sense that they had that movie had kind of, you know, was beyond its days, essentially. Whereas the Leprechaun was not beyond its days. They had access to all different stuff, and the Leprechaun still is shit. Like, it's just absolute, yeah. So I don't know. I don't know why that's even a thing, but yeah. That question was strange. I was a little confused. I hope Rams fan isn't taking them Kurt Angle pills tonight. Oh, Lord. Sorry, should have been more clear. So my question is, if you turn the shower to hot and wait 5 minutes before you get in, what is the capital of Missouri? What? Shower to hot, wait 5 minutes before you get in. What is... Bro, what does that mean? What are you asking me? I don't understand. Oh, God. If you ever get a chance, watch The Natural with Robert Redford. Interesting. I'll put that on the list. I don't have a top 5, but Moneyball and The Sandlot are that. Oh, Moneyball. Yeah, I love Moneyball. Yeah, I really like that. Fever Pitch as well. Even though I don't like the Red Sox, Fever Pitch is a joy. Rams found that pure white this evening, I see. Jake, I want to see that, but it sounds like a voice message. Okay, hate me, but I low-key love Despicable Me movies. Haha, the Minions grew on me. I guess, you've been brainwashed, Alex. It's like a virus, and it took you in. Jake, we definitely have some comedians here. Yes, we do. Miss Marvel is way better than the Obi show, unfortunately. I think the Obi-Wan show and Miss Marvel are two completely different things, so I can't even say one is better than the other. I think Obi-Wan is unfairly going to be always called better because of the nostalgia. And that it's already... That's the thing. This is how I would explain it. Miss Marvel is creating a story and a pathway to learning more about the character when you already know about Obi-Wan. It's already an established character. It's a character that was put on the shelf for a while and you haven't heard from. Now all of a sudden they drop this. They bring in Hayden Christensen as Darth Vader. Yeah, that's probably going to outdo the other one. But Miss Marvel, make no mistake about it, you know, has been pretty... I've really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed it. So it's starting to get pretty crazy, honestly. Okay, my bad. Here's the real question, Jake. Have you watched Season 5 of the amazing Netflix series Stranger Things? Damn it! Why do you do this? Why do you do this to me? No, I most definitely have not. Just to let you know, I'm not planning to rush out and see the new Leprechaun. What about you? Yeah, I'm definitely not planning on rushing out to see that. No. There are movies that I like that I don't rush out to see, that I want to see in theaters. There's no way I'm rushing out to see a movie that I absolutely despise. Need to get Jake a Leprechaun to put in the background. No, we don't. We definitely don't need that. Minions and Leprechaun should be for people under the age of 5. Yes. Bro, who are the Riddler? What? Leprechaun and Jake need no, we don't. We do not need a crossover. I never heard Jeepers Creepers. Yeah, it's terrible. But the aliens from Toy Story made sense. Minions do not. Bingo, 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 bingo. They did. Anybody that's hating on the aliens, bro, like, I still remember the claw. Like, do you know how young I was? I haven't like rewatched Toy Story over and over again. I've watched it a little bit, but like I haven't watched the original one in a long time. I always remember the claw. I always remember, like, dude, the aliens are goated. The minions need to go in the trash. The aliens should have their own ride. Like, I don't know, man. Jake's camera has been taking an awful liking to Michael over the last couple days. Although we still haven't figured out what happened to the hat either. Yeah, dude, I have no idea where the Rams hat went. I have no idea. I looked behind, and I'm unfortunate that, you know, I didn't want to, but I did. And there's giant, like, spider, you know, like, nest. So I definitely got to get rid of that. But yeah, it's not great. I haven't seen it. I want to see it, and that is a movie that I'm very much considering seeing, you know, in the theater. So, Michael Myers and the Case of the Missing Head coming to JE live stream near you. Give me one ticket to Minions Rise of Morbius. No! We did not combine Minions and Morbius. Oh my god. Anti-Minions is hilarious. It is. Just curious why don't you like Top Gun? I just think it's corny and it's boring. I don't know. It's not really for me. I don't know. Y'all just hating because y'all fell, but the minion grew. You guys with your puns, man. Jesus. Nolan's over here, like, not amused at all. It's like, nope, that didn't land. I think it did. But, oh my god. Oh, boy. Dude, if it becomes a horror film, I'm just hoping they're the ones that are on the other side of that. I'm hoping they get murdered and not they do the murdering. Man, if we could, and I don't know if we can, but if we could, I would like to do a live watch through of a horror movie. Watch party. Not over that grandma question. Yeah. I don't know, man. I don't know what to say. I just don't. Oh god. So someone had you ride a motorcycle. Right off the bat, no, I wouldn't because I don't ride motorcycles. They're way too dangerous. I'm not doing that. What's up, Amber? How's it going? We're over here cracking up at, I don't know, literally everything. Yes, I am, because Amber Turd is not in it. I might even check out Aquaman, the first one. Jake 0, Minion Puns 1. No, I ain't losing here. No way. He went Riddler out of nowhere. My god. My dog stepped on a bee. What is happening? Oh god. I don't even know. Man, I don't even know. We've been live for over 2 hours. I want to get your guys' thoughts on something, and then we'll probably wrap it up because it is getting close to midnight. So the NFL, you may not have known, the NFL is pushing for DirecTV to spend $3 billion to keep the rights to Sunday Ticket. And DirecTV can't do that. They can't. So, all of a sudden, the big players, according to, I think it was Ian Rappaport and I forget who else brought it up. But anyway, I don't know why no one's talking about this. It's kind of huge news for next season. So next season, we're looking at potentially Amazon Prime buying the rights to have every NFL game. We're looking at Hulu. We're looking at Disney Plus and Apple TV Plus. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, as much as I don't love the whole big corporation owning all of the games, I'm also thinking, well, it doesn't matter, Jake, because big corporations are going to own it anyway. You know, DirecTV, for instance, was already owning it. But DirecTV is a direct monopoly and isn't, like, conducive to anything that could be considered a free market. So, no, like, because the thing is, that's the thing, is, like, they make it so you can't even get, Sunday Ticket. Like, they did this whole thing where, like, you used to be able to buy it on PS5 or whatever. Not PS5, but PS3. And then they got rid of it. And, DirecTV's like, well, you just have to get our dish, and that's good. I'm like, yeah, satellite TV's great in the Northeast. It's not like it rains all the time here. It's not like we don't have thunderstorms. It's not like, yeah, I mean, it's great for me here in the Northeast. Well, anyway, we never succumb to that. As a matter of fact, you guys know how we watch games. I've been very much, very vocal about how I do it. I've told people how to do it using a VPN, switching your location to international, and then getting Game Pass internationally. So you're still paying the NFL, like they're still getting their money, but internationally, that's their Sunday Ticket. So why the hell is it we have to buy a Sunday Ticket in the United States when internationally they have an easier pathway? They can watch all the games right on the website for, that. So anyway, we have now DirecTV is going to be out of there. Okay? Sorry for those of you who bought DirecTV, whatever, and you're under a contract. I'm sure somebody can get you out of that, and someone should, because at this point, cable is basically a scam. But yeah, so I think what's going to happen is Amazon Prime or Apple TV Plus are going to buy it. Maybe Disney. Disney will probably make it ESPN Plus if that's the case. And so all the games will be accessible by everybody, on mobile phone, on iPad, on tablet, on computer, maybe on a freaking Apple Watch by the time. Who knows? Maybe at some point I'll be able to actually watch videos on an Apple Watch. I'm sure we're not far off from that happening. But that's not my point. My point is it's going to be accessible. Do you know what that means? That means all the TV ratings are going to go through the roof. Think about how many people don't watch the NFL as much as they would because they don't have simple access to the games. It's called NFL Sunday, and yet I only get to see 2 games on actual cable. Ooh, NFL Sunday. Can't wait to get up and watch one game on at 1 p.m. I get to watch the Jets and Browns or whatever. And then, sometimes they don't even have the doubleheader, so it's not like there's anything on Fox, and then you go on CBS and you're like, oh, awesome, cool. I'm getting to watch insert whatever team here. So now it's really a big deal. It's really a big deal here because this is going to go to a streaming platform. And the starting price is going to be $3 billion. And DirecTV can't compete. So, therefore, they're out of the running. So, it's going to go to one of those big companies. And, I mean, I don't love it, but at the same time I do because I'm ready for this sport to continue to grow. I mean, there's a reason why it hasn't grown the way it could have, okay? It's already very popular, no doubt. But the NFL could be way bigger. What if I told you the NFL could be astronomically bigger than it is right now? It's very simple. You get rid of this whole DirecTV model that is prehistoric. It doesn't work. Not everybody's doing it. People are going to the sports bar, sure, but not everybody wants to do that. And when COVID happened, no one wanted to do that. No one felt comfortable. So now it's like, you're going to see an influx in viewers. You're going to see an influx in salary cap because this TV deal, I think, they're going to keep pushing for it. And if Amazon or Apple Plus or whatever, whoever buys it, we're going to be looking at $5 billion from that. Like, the NFL is going to get $5 billion. I really think whoever buys it is going to spend $5 billion on it. I know the going rate right now is $3 billion. That'll go up to $5 billion. It's going to be a bidding war. And it's for next year, not this year, unfortunately. We still have shitty DirecTV. So, I don't love it. at all, you know. But I thought that was something I should address because no one is talking about it. Pretty quiet, right? No one's talking about it. Have you heard of it? I'm sure maybe some of you, but it's not like knowledge that has just been thrown out there. I'm not seeing it all over the place. Like, this should be all over the place. This is huge. The idea that everyone would have a chance to watch these games without having to get some stupid contract for some stupid cable that is a total scam and is all based on having a freaking satellite dish when we live in 2022. The idea that would be gone is just great. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, that, this is a big deal that people aren't talking about. It's going to grow the NFL, not only, you know, monetary wise, like we're going to start to see the salary cap go up. I think the salary cap goes up in 2024 to ungodly levels after this deal is made. If you think the Amazon deal that they just made was big, this is going to be massive, whoever buys this. And honestly, if Apple's in the game, I don't see them getting out of the game. I'm going to make a prediction here, and I'm going to say Amazon does lose this battle. And I'm going to say that Apple TV Plus is going to host all the NFL games. Because Amazon will still have the Amazon Prime, you know, Thursday Night Football game or whatever. ESPN will still have Monday Night Football. CBS will still have, you know, the CBS game on Sundays. Fox will have Sundays. But I really do feel like Apple TV Plus is going to buy it. And if it's not Apple, probably going to be Disney. And you're probably going to be looking at ESPN Plus. And honestly, I think, you know, either way, I think we're going to be set up pretty well. I really do. I don't love it, but I do at the same time. Like, I don't love that, yay, big corporation, but at the same time, it's like, you know, would you rather have it DirecTV where it's like totally a monopoly? It's no different than saying, hey, you want to play Elder Scrolls? You're going to have to get an Xbox. You're not allowed to use a PlayStation and play Elder Scrolls anymore. Literally same thing. So that's my thought process on that. I would say Apple TV is going to win it, and I don't think it's going to be a contractual thing. I think they're going to actually make it somewhat affordable. I would make the argument that it's a added-on package, but it's not going to be something that breaks the bank. Because think about it, once they hook you on to Apple TV or once they hook you on to Amazon Prime, what's going to happen when you're finished watching football? Think about this. This is why they don't need to charge as much. What's going to happen when you stop watching football for the day? And say, you know what? I'm going to pass on Monday Night Football or Sunday Night Football on NBC. I don't feel like watching more football. I watched it all day on Apple TV. Okay. Let's turn on the morning show. Let's turn on Severance. See where I'm going with this? Amazon Prime. You finished watching all the games? All right. Let's do, you know, Tom Clancy's Jack Ryan. Let's do The Boys. See what I'm saying? Wheel of Time. All those. They keep you on their platform. That's why they're not going to charge as much. They want to keep you on their platform. They want you to stay there. They don't want you to go away. That's not profitable for them. So I think this will be very beneficial. Again, it's not a monopoly. I mean, like I understand in a sense it is, but it's like anybody can get a streaming service. It's as simple as it can be. I don't know what the whole point of it's going to be. Like, I don't know, but it's not like DirecTV where contracts, you have to get the dish, all that. You know what I mean? So I really do like where this is going. I also don't, but let's ignore that. I do like where this is going for the consumer. I'm all about the consumer. I want things to be easy on the consumer. I'm a consumer. You're a consumer. Like, it's BS at this point. You know what else is BS? Like, look at Madden. Madden is a monopoly right now. I mean, it won't be soon, but it has been. Because Madden has only been made by, the NFL rights, right? The NFL video games were a monopoly. They were only made by Madden. EA. Now 2K will be involved very soon. Like, monopolies are the reason why you can have a game that takes out features and puts them back in 2 years and says brand new feature. Monopolies destroy everything. Because at the end of the day, competition is what makes things better. I mean, just think about this, right? This is a perfect example, real life example. If I was hungry right now and I wanted to go out and get food, guess what? There's not many places that are open in Clifton Park, which is where I live. Do you know why? Because since COVID, they used to close things at midnight. Grocery store would close at midnight. Walmart would close at midnight. Now nothing has to stay open. Everything is based on competition. So as soon as Walmart started closing early, then the grocery store didn't have to close early anymore. Market 32. And now all of a sudden Taco Bell's not closing. Now, they're not staying open as late. And now McDonald's. It's like this, trickle effect. And then, of course, guess what happens? Then you have your CVS, your Walgreens, or whoever's open. And now they're hiking up all the prices because if you have to get like a late night snack or you have to get food or something like that, they know that Market 32 is closed. The grocery store. So because the grocery store is closed and you can't get food, right? Like at a normal price, the gas stations that are open and the convenience stores and the drugstores can just shoot their prices and gouge the hell out of you. That's what happens. Because they're the only option. They can do whatever they want to you because they become, again, based on the way everything's going, they become a monopoly after midnight. They're the only place you can go. I don't even think Walgreens is open. I think it's just CVS. So if I want to get a drink, I could go, probably, I'm not saying this is always the case, but if I were to get a drink and say I were to get beer or something, right? Just whatever. I go to Market 32 during the day and beer's $10, whatever. If I go to, CVS, and that's a 12-pack. I go to CVS, a 6-pack is $14. Like, it's more than the 12-pack that I got at Market 32. So that's the thing. And exactly, GOAT, monopolies stop the need for innovation. That's the thing. So when you had it on DirecTV and no one else could compete, here's the problem. Well, now your stupid dish everybody needs. Now everyone needs that stupid... And honestly, it's not even as good as Spectrum in my area, so no one wants it. But now because it has to be on there, and you took it off PlayStation, because back in the day, you could actually get DirecTV, not DirecTV, but you could get the, not Game Pass, but Sunday Ticket on PlayStation. And then they got rid of it. And it got to the point where, like, you had to prove your location. This is why I started using Game Pass and a VPN to use international, because it's ridiculous, man. It's like, if you don't use international, then you have to get DirecTV. There's no other way. It's not like with Xbox, how Xbox users will say to PlayStation users, well, at least you can play it on PC. While I hate when people tell me that I can do that because I don't game on PC, I have a PlayStation, I have a MacBook. I do hate that. But there's also, like, again, it's not entirely a monopoly because I can play on Xbox and I can play on PC. With Sunday Ticket, you can't even get that on the computer. You can't get that on PlayStation. You can't get that unless it's tied directly. I think someone mentioned AT&T. That's the only way you can get it. So that's my biggest issue with the whole DirecTV thing. And the nonsensical bullshit that is DirecTV. And the nonsensical bullshit that is Sunday Ticket. And the nonsensical scam, normalized scam that is NFL Sundays. Think about how much football we've missed because NFL Sundays are entirely taken over by the scam that is exclusive rights. Monopoly. Think about it. I just talked about this for like 20 minutes because that's why I'm so glad about the streaming services. I'll probably clip this at some point because I don't think I'm wrong. The idea of getting this off DirecTV, I don't care if you like DirecTV. I mean, I'll be honest with you. I think it's a terrible, product or whatever, service, whatever. Everybody that has ever had it that told me just flat out sucks. But, I just think what it comes down to is that now you're going to get on a streaming platform everyone has access to. Anybody can buy it on their phone, iPad, their Apple Watch, I'm sure at some point, their laptop. Doesn't matter if it's a MacBook or it doesn't matter if it's a HP or whatever. They can buy it on there. They could get it on any of the Roku stuff. They can get it on, the Fire Stick. Does not matter. There's so many different ways to get it. The only way to acquire Sunday Ticket now is to buy DirecTV, and that is just complete and utter bullshit, and that is a scam. It's a normalized scam that basically we just allowed because the government never stepped in and did anything about it. Like, the NFL is just like, yeah, okay, the rights can go to DirecTV, and yeah, okay, no big deal. I mean, it's been a really bad, I think, business move for an organization that supposedly does a really good job of making a lot of money. If you really think about it, the NFL did a horrible job of spreading their influence and spreading their brand by having this deal with DirecTV for over a decade. So now they're not going to have that. And now, all of a sudden, crazy enough, but all of a sudden, watch those ratings go up. You heard me. You think the ratings are good now? Watch the ratings go up when it's easily obtainable on all platforms. If you don't want to pay for Apple, I get it. Like, you don't like Apple? Fine. Like, I don't like certain companies. I'll tell you right now, when Xbox bought ZeniMax, or whatever, Microsoft bought ZeniMax, which then meant Bethesda, which meant my favorite game I wasn't going to get on my PlayStation, I literally sold the Xbox. When I was packing up my old, my studio that I had leased with Adam for the AJ show, man, I do miss those days. But when I was packing up, I found our Xbox that was in the common area was hooked up to the TV. I literally went on Facebook Marketplace and I sold the damn thing. I didn't want it anymore. I was like, screw this. I don't want an Xbox. I don't want it. Like, I don't want to represent Microsoft. Done with them. Because I was so mad at what they did. I was just like, I'm boycotting Microsoft. I get it. For people that if it goes to Apple TV Plus, you don't want to pay for it for that reason. Like, I get it. But my point isn't necessarily that it's Apple TV Plus or whatever. My point is that now it's finally off something where you need to have a contract. You need to have a dish. It's just like all these bells and whistles when it doesn't need to be this freaking complicated. And if DirecTV got through the thick skull and didn't live in the era 10 years or 20 years ago, they would have been ready for this. You know what DirecTV is? No one wants to admit it. DirecTV is literally Blockbuster. They were not ready for the future. Netflix made Blockbuster obsolete in Hollywood Video, which you guys probably don't even know. It used to be in upstate New York, and it's gone now. But those video stores are gone because they didn't prepare for the future. Toys R Us, gone. They started doing online ordering for Toys R Us way too late. It was way too late. They were done. Prepare or die. Adapt or die. DirecTV is about to die. Because the only thing that was keeping them alive was Sunday Ticket. And because they weren't ready for this, and they sat on their ass, and they just collected money, and they raised the prices, and they gave you shitty service, they're about to meet the full force of what is 2022 in streaming and how it's taking over the entire world. And that is the fact. There's nothing else. Nothing else to say. This is the right move for the NFL. They're getting the program that it's 2022, and we're actually using 2022 technology. Just like Rob Manfred finally gets the program that, oh my God, it's 2022. We should start using automated strike zones since we already have a heads-up display on every single TV all over the country when they're watching baseball. And they get it, the second it happens, they know if it's a strike or a ball. Technology can be bad. It can be used the wrong way. But, we need to start using technology when it is presented in a way that will make things easier. And this is what the NFL is doing. So, there you go. That's my thoughts on that. I will definitely clip that because I went on a huge rant. But those are my thoughts on why DirecTV is a scam. It's a normalized scam. Sunday Ticket's a normalized scam. And soon, they're finally going to be on a streaming service. My only issue with the NFL is they waited way too long, and they probably missed out on a ton of fans that would be fans. Just saying. Think about it. You could get the NBA package, the NHL center ice package, the soccer package. You can get that stuff on every single, you know, cable thing. You know? Like, all the NHL stuff is on, ESPN Plus now. Like, that's the thing. But, like, the NFL finally got it through the thick skull. Like, okay, yeah, we should probably start getting with the program and realizing that streaming is in. And so those are my thoughts on that. I talked way too much on that, sure, but, and I know people have the free sites. I'm seeing that in the comment section, like, hey, you could probably just, like, jailbreak the Fire Stick, or, you can use Reddit, but that stuff's not really good for your computer. You never know. That stuff could be bad for your, device. People hack shit with that. They steal your identity, things like that. I know it sounds like crazy, and those are crazy. They're out there examples, but it happens. So, those sites aren't safe, and I don't think it's fair that you should even have to stoop that low to actually go and do that. You know what I mean? I think you should be able to watch in the comfort of your own home on TV without a 5-minute lag. Where the guy on Twitter is literally spoiling it for you the entire game. Like, you know what I mean? So that's just my thoughts on that. But I see a lot of people tend to agree. And mainly because I think we as humans recognize when things become somewhat prehistoric. And we call people out on it. It's that simple. Let's see. Let's go for the record. Oh, my record, I think I streamed for almost 8 hours. Well, the live streams during the draft, that's different. I mean, those are going to be like over 8 hours. But I think the longest live stream I ever had was like 6 hours. I once streamed from like 11 p.m. gaming until like 5 a.m. once. I remember some of you were waking up and you're like, oh my God, I cannot believe you're still live. Like, what are you even doing? And I was playing Elden Ring, and yeah, it was crazy. I hope your knee's okay. I still haven't seen the new Spider-Man. Is it worth seeing? Also, I like going to the movies because the movies or popcorn is awesome. Yeah, I really like the movie theater popcorn. Yes, it's 100% worth seeing. It's actually going to have a extended cut in it comes out September 2nd, so you could also go to that too. DirecTV is affiliated with AT&T. I crashed because I couldn't see. I don't know what that means. It's just literally translates to more money going to the NFL, which means more cap will keep going up. Absolutely. Got all these comments are so funny. They made my day along with you, Jake. I appreciate that, Ted. What are your thoughts on this information and $8 gas? So essentially, the gas crisis, I don't want to get too political, but, essentially it falls on a lot of different parties. It's not just the president, like I know a lot of people like to assume. But I do say this, back when, we were going through all that, like the COVID thing, right? And like the pandemic when it first happened, gas was actually like they were selling gas and losing profit. So now these gas companies are trying to gain profit out of it. It's not like the price of oil went super up. They're taking advantage of the fact that they know that the United States put on, sanctions with Russia, with the whole, obviously what they were doing with Ukraine. And so that's basically what happened, That's basically what happened, I think. I don't know for sure, but I think really just the oil companies took advantage of that and just they used it to hike the gas prices, essentially. I'm sure there's more to it. That's just a base level answer, but I don't want to get too much into it because it can get somewhat political. That is not a shock to me at all. Not a shock to me at all. Love Sunday tickets. I mean, I like Sunday ticket when it isn't, a total scam. I mean, I just don't like how expensive it is and how it's only... And I never even cared about the price. I was always just annoyed about the availability. Like, I don't like having to jump through hoops just to be able to watch my team. Like, it's ridiculous. That would be awesome because I need a way to watch every game in East Tennessee. There you go. Sorry, Nolan, that comment was funny. Who do you think is going to end up getting Sunday ticket? I think it's Apple TV Plus, with Amazon Prime falling right below it. Disney, watch out for Disney. They're the dark horse, I think, because they will spend the money. And, yeah, I'll just say that. I'll bet it takes a bite out of the Uber check. It can. It certainly can. I mean, I remember when gas, like for me, it cost like $25 to fill up my gas tank, maybe even $30 at the most. And now it costs over $50. So yeah, it really does. Why do you hate Amber so much again? Not Amber Hamlin. Not the one in the comment section. Amber Heard. I just think she's a terrible human, and I think she, tried to play the victim, and she demonized Johnny Depp, and she got him canceled essentially. So he lost all of his, movie deals and everything, and basically blackballed him from Hollywood. And I just think she's a bitch, honestly. Like I don't respect her at all. I think it was all an act. She was literally doing cocaine in the freaking courtroom. I mean, there's so many videos like showing you that she was doing it. So it's like I just hate that she like acted like she had everything all together and Johnny Depp didn't. Like I don't know. It really bothered me. Appreciate you, Alex. Thank you so much for donating, man. I really appreciate that. Hey, y'all, can we just take a second to appreciate day number 10 of consecutive JE lives and Jake giving us another place to kick it and talk about whatever. If y'all appreciate Father Jake, hit that like button. Oh God, Father Jake. No, I really appreciate that, man. Thank you so much, Alex. I really, really do appreciate the donations. I hope Amazon does. Yeah. Amazon, I think is gonna come in second. I definitely could see that. I mean, I'm not gonna get into my thoughts. I use Amazon a lot. I don't really like Bezos, but yeah, I think that they are in the top two. Like I said, Disney is the dark horse. If they're really invested in it, they will do it. And if you think about it, that Batista commercial where, the streaming guy or whatever, like, I mean, think about it. They would have the NFL, they would have the MCU, they would have Star Wars, they would have their own, like, the Pixar stuff, they would have their own stuff. They have, Nat Geo, National Geographic. I mean, they have so much. They have they're also they have a deal with ESPN. Of course, they own ESPN. Disney owns ESPN. So they have ESPN. They would have Hulu. I mean, it's crazy. Being a Rams fan on the East Coast is rough some Sundays. It is, absolutely. How about a crossover between Leprechaun movie and Mike Myers? As long as Mike Myers stabs the Leprechaun repeatedly, I'm all for it. I'd rather step on a bee than a rusty nail. That's interesting. Almost time for dinner here. From the parking lot, LOL. Please no Apple TV since I'm an Android guy. Again, I expect to hear a lot of that. I'm forced to watch all the Falcons and Panthers games. Oh no. I'll pay for whatever it takes to watch all the Rams games. I hear you. I haven't heard that until now. That's what I try to do, folks. If people aren't talking about a certain topic, I really want to bring light to it. Because if I do my homework and I have knowledge on it, it might as well spread the wealth, Knowledge is power, The year I spent $200 on Sunday tickets, Sam Bradford got hurt. The Rams were literally unwatchable, LOL. Hulu has live sports. Don't want a monopoly like cable now. Comcast, you are dumpster juice. Paid $4,500 for this 85-inch TV. Got to watch the Rams games. Oh, that's nice. Hulu, the football curse. You are the man, Jake. Thank you, Brian. Nothing like watching the game with the boys. Absolutely. EA Sports stopped trying 7 years ago. On the topic of men, what overall ratings would you give the Rams offensive starters? I'd give Matthew Stafford. We'll give him an 89. I'll give him a 90. Stafford, a 90. Cam Akers, will give him an 82. Darrell Henderson will give him an 82. We'll give Allen Robinson an 89. We'll give Cooper Kupp a 99. We'll give Van Jefferson an 84. How about Tyler Higbee at an 82? Let's see. Kendall Blanton at a 76. Bryson Hopkins at a 74. Noteboom at an 83. We have Edwards at a 78. Brian Allen at an 80. We'll give Logan Bruss a 76 or 75. We'll give Rob Havenstein, give him an 85. Aaron Donald a 99. Actually, I'd give Aaron Donald a 100. Remember they gave Devin Hester a 100 speed, and if you changed it, you can never put it back in. I know because I changed it to 99, and I instantly hated myself. But anyway, pre-programmed Aaron Donald 100 overall. I'm sorry, I'm advocating for it now. Greg Gaines, will give him an 83. We'll give Ashawn Robinson an 81. We'll give Bobby Wagner a 95. Ernest Jones will get an 84. Traven Howard a 79. And then we got the corners, Jalen Ramsey a 99, Troy Hill an 83. Actually, I'll give Troy Hill an 84. Jacoby Durant a 77, David Long a 79, Robert Rochelle a 75. We'll give Jordan Fuller an 82, Nick Scott a 79, Terrell Burgess a 76, Taylor Rapp a 78. And then we'll give Matt Gay a 94. We'll give Riley Dixon a not 60. We'll give him a 79, 78. And yeah, that's it. All 99 overall, of course. Yeah, of course. 2K NFL is going to be awesome, hopefully. A lot of drive-thrus asking for tips now. I noticed that. One of these days, I need to talk to you about getting rid of DirecTV and what I should go to next. I'm already out of the contract. I only did it because of the Sunday ticket. I guess I'm just too lazy to change it right now because sometimes it's a lot of work to call these people. Yeah, so do you know what that is? That's their business model. They don't want to help you. They want to make it really hard for you to cancel so you give up, and then they just continue over and over and over again to collect your hard-earned money. Normalized scam. Happens with a lot of companies. Public Goods, by the way. And I got them the other day. I got a bunch of ramen noodles from them. Like, they're supposedly like the only healthy ramen noodles you can get out there. I don't know if I entirely buy that. I haven't had them yet, but I just got 2 packs of them. $5 for 2 packs, or I think $10 for 2 packs of 5. So I'm really excited to have them. I love ramen noodles, all that, right? And my biggest thing was I was looking for some that were like healthy or somewhat healthy. So I gave it a shot. So Public Goods, I'm not hating on them entirely. I mean, this is like their business model, but it's kind of like, I don't know, it's kind of like, I don't really like it. Essentially, you buy the noodles and they sign you up automatically for their like $80 a year. And again, it's only a year. It's not monthly, thank God. But they sign you up for this like $80 a year membership to get like discounted products. I'm not a fan of that model. I'm not a fan of, hey, let's get as much money out of the consumer as we can in a way where we're not actually fulfilling the consumer. We're trying to trick them into getting stuck into a constant rotation of recurring payments and hope that they just don't realize. I'm not a fan of that model. I never have been. I never will be. So I did want to mention that because that's like kind of what, you know, that's essentially what DirecTV is doing. They want to get you stuck on another recurring payment, you know, run, essentially. Make it hard for you to cancel. That's why a lot of gym memberships, they joke about this in Friends. You guys ever see the Friends episode where they're trying to cancel the gym membership and like they don't have like the courage to do it? They're making fun of how hard it is to cancel gym memberships because it's like, oh, you have to sign here and sign here and sign here. It's like, oh my God. Contract's ridiculous. They like own your soul by the end of it. I love how my dog stepped on a bee and has been on the screen for like 20 minutes. Bought my son a PS5, never uses it. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. To be fair, there's not a ton of games for it. I think that will change. So it might just be like a sign of the times right now. Maybe like, I don't know, probably around holiday season. Your son will probably start using it. It's a good purchase, though. Don't feel bad about it. Love your content, Jake. Post whatever you want to post. Your fan base will follow you. Appreciate that, Adam. Really do. DirecTV dish looks so dated. So bad. Funny, we had like a cleanup, like a town cleanup, and I was seeing people putting stuff out. When I was delivering Uber Eats, I'm driving by all these different neighborhoods. And I'm noticing all these dishes, like DirecTV dishes that are out in like the pile for like the garbage to take away. And I just think it was kind of a sign of the fact, like, look, people are canceling their cable because cable in a sense is like really just a normalized scam now. It's absolutely ridiculous. Reddit stream for a lot of my sports viewing. Yeah, I mean, Reddit I think is probably somewhat safe. But if you get to, like, those websites where you have all that different, like, really nasty, you know, those really, like, gross, like, pop-up ads, you should probably get off that site. It's gonna be straight up malware. My wife does not want a dish in our yard. I don't blame your wife. Man, disrespect Cooper Cup. How much money is the NFL making on gambling right now? Good question. I have no idea, actually. I could probably look that up. How much money does the NFL make on gambling? All right, so this was announced February 10th, 2022. This past year, partnerships with sports gambling companies and casinos represent a significant chunk of NFL's record 1.8 billion in sponsorship revenue, with virtually every big name, including DraftKings, FanDuel, Caesars, BetMGM, and PointsBet, getting a piece of the action. NFL expects to generate 270 million from gambling deals. This was back in 2021, and they generated 1.8 billion. That's nuts. Yeah, that's absolutely nuts. The Nielsen report kind of alluded to the idea the NFL could generate $2.3 billion a year from the gambling market back in 2018. And it finally came to fruition, almost to fruition, this past year. Yeah, no, that's ridiculous. Bro, I missed so many good Rams games because I'm forced to watch Jets Panthers. Sorry, man. Jets Panthers play that much? No, I'm messing with you. Yeah, we gotta. Maybe I'll do a tutorial or do a live stream and show you how I watch the games. It'll probably get demonetized and maybe I'll get banned or something, but I don't know. We'll figure out a way. Let's see. Blockbuster $5 to rent a movie. Oh yeah. Get a Fire Stick, break it, and watch whatever game you want. By the way, make sure you have that VPN on. Yes. Whoa, we still going live? You're an animal, Jake? I try. There are free sites that stream all sports and other free sites with all movies and television. I know people that watch Australian Survivor that way better than CBS Survivor from what I was told. What? Yeah, I heard that too. Not Survivor, but just, people that do that. What overall ratings would you give all the Rams offensive starters? Oh, I think I just did that. So, yeah. That was all my Rams games. You're welcome. Microsoft is trying to eliminate the need for consoles basically with the cloud. I know people say if you don't have an Xbox, you can play on PC, but now you can play on your phone too and TV directly. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that. My issue is once it becomes that where it's just, oh, well, everything's on the cloud gaming and day one releases and stuff, you're going to start to notice, and it's already happening because actually, I want to bring this up. I was talking about this to AK earlier on the phone, and we were talking about how it's gotten to the point with music artists, they don't make a lick of anything. By the way, every music artist is owned by like the same company essentially. Like Universal Music Group owns like almost all music. But there's like 4 different companies and all these different record labels are under 4 different companies, right? Like so all of them connect. They're all under the same branch. They're all controlled, all that, right? And you know the idea like where you kind of sell your soul basically, or you do sell your soul basically if you sign on the dotted line and you sign with a record label and they own you. Well, think about this. As much as we like streaming in this case, streaming services for Apple Music and Spotify, like those people aren't getting paid money, really. They're not making a ton of money. They're not making as much money as they would if they sold the CD or, the vinyl. And so what you're finding is a lot of these bands are doing these VIP shows. And, they're finding ways or they're making their merch way more expensive because they're not making as much money as they used to. And so this is where I actually take this and I put it with, the whole gaming thing. Because this idea of, Xbox, Game Pass and PlayStation Plus Premium or whatever, it sounds great, right? Like, oh yeah, that sounds great. Here's the problem. Once you start having day one releases, you're taking these games that developers spent 5 to 10 years working on and you're making them free. Well, where's the incentive for those developers now? They're not making as much money now. So therefore, the game is probably next time they're like, I'm not going to spend $5 or not $5. I'm not going to spend 5 years or definitely not 10 years on a game that Xbox is just going to release and make free for everybody. Like, we're not even going to make that much money off it. We're going to make it off DLC, which a lot of people don't like DLC because they feel like, you know, like true developers that don't like scamming the consumer, they feel as though, you know, in-game transactions or, you know, whatever. So my point here is that it's a slippery slope because the more and more we get reliant on these streaming services for games and these day one releases, we're walking the line where you talk about the artists, right? In the way like now they have to raise their prices for their merch. They have to now do the VIP stuff to stay afloat and actually make a dime because they're not making any money off their CDs and vinyl. Now you're looking at in the gaming industry where you have these studios that essentially are like, well, I mean, I don't know why I'm spending so much time making this because I'm not making that much off it. So, you know what? Let's just release a broken game and we'll fix the bugs later. So what you're going to end up getting is you're not going to get a God of War Ragnarok anymore. You're not going to get that type of game. You're going to get a game like Halo Infinite that had a bunch of bugs day one, and you're going to get those games where they come out and they're buggy and they don't work well, and oh yeah, they're free, but now you have to wait like 5, 6, 7, 8 months for it to get fixed, and it's almost unplayable, and by that point, the next game is already out. So I don't like day one releases for that reason. I'm okay paying for games that are deserving, and I also think that, you know, the industry has gotten to the point where, you know, with all these different, like, we're walking a fine line here. You know, the streaming I like for older titles. You know, for instance, I totally think Ghost of Tsushima should be free. Like, that should be free on all platforms. That's been out for a while. What I don't think should be free is Horizon Forbidden West. Like, I don't think that should be free. It's not, but if it was, like, if it was Game Pass, it would be. Game Pass releases these titles day one now, and it's like, I don't agree with it. Because eventually, they're going to have these developers that are like, I'm not making any money off this, and I'm spending so much time, and, you know, it's going to cause a problem. And you may never see it, you know, firsthand. Studios may never just give up and quit and go independent even. But what you're going to find is that a lot of these companies are just going to be like releasing half-ass games because the demand is going to be so high and there's not going to be enough games out. So when they're doing the day one stuff, that's what's going to happen. So that's my thoughts on that. Alex, I know you you know, you mentioned that. And it sounds nice and all, but it's a slippery slope. It could be a real big problem for gaming over time as we go more towards streaming and not really buying games and owning games and things like that. Because like I said, I think eventually it's going to get to the point where like developers are sitting there like, I don't know why I'm putting this much effort in. And you're going to get really shitty games. Stuff that looks good on the surface, stuff that they put more into at the E3 events, at the Xbox release events, at the PlayStation you know, share events or whatever, and they look good as far as the cinematic trailers, but then when you play them, they're like, this is unplayable. That's what's going to happen. And it's already happening to a degree. It's only going to get worse. So that's my thoughts there on that. I get why people like it. It sounds nice on the surface. But like a lot of things in this life, right? A lot of things sound good on the surface, but when you really dive into it, you're like, yeah, but there's some issues with this. Like, okay, this sounds good, but there's some issues with this. Cloud gaming could really cause a serious issue with the gaming industry. And I'll also say this. This is a big thing. You know, what if people stop wanting to be developers? This isn't a lucrative deal anymore. This isn't a lucrative opportunity. All right, the gaming industry's fried. Like, that's the risk you run. Like, Taylor Swift got demonized for talking about how she doesn't make a lot, or it was either her or Adele, got demonized for talking about how they don't make anything off of Hulu and all that. You know? So, I mean, not Hulu, the other green-looking logo, Spotify. There's a reason, though. Like, that's the thing. So, it's gonna be something to monitor, but I think Xbox had a good idea, but I think it's getting to be the point where it's entirely to get people away from PlayStation, because it'll be like, we have Xbox Live, and if you don't have an Xbox, no big deal. You can have it on your phone. You can have it on your whatever, PC, whatever. But they're going to run into an issue, and it's going to happen quicker than people realize. And eventually, it's just not going to be sustainable. They're spending a lot of money on gaming. So, just keep that in mind. Yeah, I like that. Acres 79 might be a little low, but I hear you there, Matthew at 93 or 94. I don't mind that either. I wouldn't mind Matthew Stafford at 95. I was just trying to be like kind of simple. So I will be able to stream NFL this year. Next year. Next year, yeah. Next year, it's going to be in effect. I really wish it was this year. I don't see why it couldn't have been. I feel like they could have done this, but should have gotten out of the deal, man. You can watch whatever NFL game you want or even Red Zone. That's why you have VPN on. True. Through ESPN or still DirecTV. DirecTV this year and next year, it could be ESPN Plus. It could be Disney Plus. It could be Apple TV Plus. Could be Prime. Could be Hulu. We don't really know what is going to win, but I think it's going to be Apple TV Plus, if you ask me. That's the thing. Apple has really tried. I think they used to. I don't think Xbox gets whatever anymore. Yeah, I don't know. At some point, you used to be able to get Xbox Sunday Ticket, and I don't know if you can still do it. I think the student plan was $99.96 a year, and the to-go plan was $293.96 a year, and the max plan was $395.99 a year. Oh, that's just another thing Xbox bought exclusivity on. But I'm looking at the Microsoft app, and it got a 1.9 stars out of 5, so it was probably just like PlayStation. The app on PlayStation was terrible back when they had it, so it was always going down. It was always lagging. Yeah. I honestly feel like the reason gas is so high is because of all the EDD scamming. I mean, maybe. There's a chance. I don't really know. Like I said, I went more base level on that, but whoever ends up getting the contract, their price is going to skyrocket. Oh, yeah. It's true. It's going to skyrocket, but I think it's going to be more justifiable because, like I said, when you're talking about Amazon Prime or you're talking about Apple TV Plus, like Apple TV Plus is like, oh, you watched NFL all day, you don't feel like watching the primetime game? Well, we got Severance here. We got the morning show. We got C. Like, there's all different stuff. Foundation. Like, it's going to keep you there. Amazon Prime's like, we have The Boys. We have, Wheel of Time. Reacher. Jack Ryan. All that. Any plans for a JE film room soon? Potentially. It's a lot of work, and, the viewership isn't entirely there. I feel like there's a small group that loves the videos, and most of them don't like that they don't like the long form content. So I got to be careful, but I might do it. I want to do it at some point. I don't know, might do it as in, it might be soon. I don't know when it'll be, though. Yeah, that's a great point because NHL originally, the NHL Center Ice or whatever, the NHL Pass that I got, it used to allow you to choose one team. And I didn't do it because I cared about watching a bunch of different hockey games, but, the one year I bought it, I was really considering just doing Vegas Knights to just kind of dive into it and see how it was, but yeah, they, let you, it was, a discount if you just did, one team. So, I agree with that. That would be cool. I don't need DirecTV anymore because the Rams are on local TV. Yeah, I'm able to get the Sunday ticket streamed. W. Matting Rings, very fair. Thank you. The South Park, I want to stream Rams games to my phone. The South Park episode where the cable company guy rubs because of how difficult it is to get anything changed with their plans. That's funny. $80 for a year is not bad, actually. YouTube TV and other streaming service will charge you $35 sometimes. $60 a month But, of course, you can cancel it whenever you want. Yeah, if you're talking about that one thing that I was doing, like the food thing, I don't think $80 is a lot for a year, but I was just annoyed the way they did it. If DirecTV is not available at your residence, they offer streaming service. They don't. Not necessarily. I tried, and they would not let me get in this area. Nice to live in Los Angeles where you get 95% Rams games. It's true. Also, unfortunately, EA still has exclusive rights to simulation football, so not sure how limited 2K is going to be in terms of what they're allowed to make. I hope they do their version of NFL Street. Yep, once again, Monopoly. It's bullshit. Absolute bullshit. That is Monopoly right there. So 2K can't make simulation football games, even though everyone is begging them to, and EA is literally just sat on their ass. I want the Leprechaun to get run over by the Flintstone car. I'm there for that. Have you heard anything about the Black Phone going to see it Saturday? I have heard only good things, so I definitely want to see it at some point. What was the main factor that made you a Rams fan? My dad grew up in Irvine, California, raised me to be a Rams fan in upstate New York, and I've just been a diehard fan ever since, you know? I remember I named every single starting quarterback since, like, Greatest Show on Turf. Right on one of my streams. Someone gave me, like, $200. I think it was the Darksaber, actually. He donated $200 because I got it right. All that money, the NFL, not rigged, BS. Thanks for all your help. Yeah, you're welcome. Jake might have to go to Taco Bell to eat soon. Really enjoy. Made me laugh so much today. I appreciate that. Enjoy your Taco Bell. Man, I do. I got one bone to pick with Taco Bell. I know we're complaining about everything on this channel today, but I'm just being open, right? Taco Bell low key made those loaded grillers like cease to exist, and like they made them expensive. I think they kept one around, and the loaded grillers, the Chipotle chicken loaded grillers, were like the best thing on the menu in my opinion. And they're overrating the Mexican pizza. I think it's terrible, but that's another one of those things where they just took it away to kind of create like all sorts of like hype for it, and then they brought it back. The exclusivity nonsense. It's what happens. Like McDonald's takes away, you know, the McRib, and all of a sudden by taking it away, adds value to the McRib. So now everyone who wants the McRib, it's like, oh, it's off the menu. I have to wait. Then it comes back, and now people are rushing to get it. It's the same thing with the Shamrock Shake. It's the same thing with the Taco Bell, the Black Taco, Halloween, like all that exclusive stuff. That's the whole point of it. It's to create like, you're basically creating hype. It's what, you know, PlayStation and Xbox get accused of that a lot actually. And if it wasn't for the chip shortage that was like universal, like you're seeing it with cars and all that, if it wasn't for the chip shortage, I would almost believe it was very creative. I will say this. There was no chip shortage when the PS4 and Xbox 360 came out. Or sorry, Xbox One. That to me was entirely a fabricated thing. Like PlayStation and Xbox created hype by not allowing a bunch of them to be released all at once. But I don't think that's the case with PS5 and Xbox, whatever it is, One X or whatever. No, I don't think it's rigged. I don't like cloud gaming really either. Any help? What you want to do is you want to go to the NFL.com, but you want to use a VPN. So you sign up for a VPN. Say you put in UK or the Netherlands or whatever. It doesn't really matter. But you put it in there, and then that way it'll bring you to the NFL's version. I would do the UK. So you go to the NFL's version, you go to the UK site, and you sign up for their Game Pass. Game Pass in the United States is just to watch games that already happened, or all the preseason games. Game Pass overseas is Sunday Ticket for them. So that's why. It's like, I think $193 or something for the whole year. But yeah, that's what you would do. I don't remember, no. Why is NFL Sunday Ticket so expensive? Because it's a scam. Just ripping people off. Need to know how to get NFL game when leave DirecTV. It's pretty much what I just said. There are examples of it too. I think Steeler Depot They did a little bit of a breakdown on it. Yeah, I don't know about all that, but what are your thoughts on people complaining about how NFL players get paid more than the military? I mean, you know, it's one of those things like it doesn't sound fair, and like I totally understand why people are upset. But you get paid as much as you make. So like for instance, and again, this is not trying to disrespect the military. Obviously, I'm a big pro-military person. I've always said the country doesn't do enough for our veterans, all of that. But anyway, it's really the debate between like the NBA and the WNBA, right? Why does the WNBA not make as much as the NBA? Because the NBA makes X amount of dollars more than the WNBA. That's why. So in turn, the worst player in the NBA is probably making more than the best player in the WNBA because they can afford that. They can pay you because they make that much money, essentially. So it's kind of the same thing. It's like the military isn't bringing in a ton of money, whereas the NBA is bringing in astronomical amounts of money. Same thing with the NFL, all of that. So it doesn't seem fair, but that's the way it is. Like, I mean, I don't really have any. It's a great question. I don't really have a really good answer for it. It's just the answer is the answer, and it still makes you sound bad, but it's like obviously I'd love to see the military make 6, 7, 8 figures or whatever. Like it would be great to see people who fight for our country get paid like they fight for our country, but you know, instead the politicians get paid all that money and they don't do anything. Yeah. Yeah, I went there. Anyway, Xbox used to offer it, yeah, and they also used to offer a sidebar app. You could see how your fantasy team was doing in real time if you used the official NFL fantasy app. Thought that was pretty cool. That is pretty cool. There's several reasons gas is so high. I heard it's going to go up in October because that's when the U.S. gas reserve are going to run out of something like that. Oh, God. Can't wait for that. Yeah, I mean, it's almost like I won't get into it. I really don't want to get political on this channel ever. But I will say it's absolutely bullshit that the American people, you people, all hard workers, like, you pay all these taxes and now you also have to pay all this gas. It's like, how am I supposed to make ends meet when I'm paying for the Bills Stadium or whatever? Like, our tax dollars go to the Bills Stadium. That's where they're going. In upstate New York. So, whatever, man. Why are St. Louis fans looked down on by LA fans? Great question. I think it's kind of, it goes both ways, I don't think that the LA fans should mock the St. Louis fans. I think they should just, be like, oh, hey, we got the team. Sorry, you don't have the team anymore. Like, and just leave it at that. Just have a healthy conversation. I'm not a fan of gloating, The Grand Mac at McDonald's. Because they talk the most shit about LA fans. Jake, were you going crazy over the Popeyes chicken sandwich? That was a wild time. No. Actually, I hate Popeyes. I'm going to be real with you. I think Popeyes is terrible. Every time I go into Popeyes and I'm picking up food for I thought that was a spider. That was kind of freaking me out. Anytime I pick up food for Uber Eats from Popeyes, they're never ready. It takes forever. There's hardly anybody in there, so there's no reason for it to take forever. And anytime I got the food, I don't think it's that good. You know what's like the most fresh fast food you can get? It's Chick-fil-A. You guys ever have Chick-fil-A? We only have one in our airport, and it's not even that good. But like if you get it somewhere where like they really know how to make it, like it's good. And yeah, Chick-fil-A's got like fresh squeezed lemonade. The chicken is like, you can tell, fresh, never frozen. Like the chicken's perfect. Like, I don't know, man. I'm not one of those people that's like live and die by fast food. But if I had to eat one thing of fast food every single day for the rest of my life, I had to, like, gun to my head, every day, you have to go and choose one thing. It's the same thing. It would be Chick-fil-A. So, beefy 5-layer burrito used to be like $230. Now that thing is $489. Taco Bell, just because you give me gas, don't mean you can charge gas prices for your food. That's funny. See you later, Jake. Thanks for entertaining. Night. Need food. Enjoy. Absolutely. Crunchwrap Supreme is the best item in Taco Bell's menu. Could never get into it. I also don't like Supreme. Like, what is the deal with all these pizza companies making their, like, advertisement always... They always advertise the Supreme Pizza. I don't know anybody that eats Supreme Pizza. I mean, you guys might, but I don't know anybody personally that orders Supreme Pizza, period. I don't know why. I don't know why the default isn't just cheese and, like, pepperoni. That seems like the default to me. Or no pepperoni and just extra cheese. Can't wait for the UFC matchup. Roe v. Wade. Oh, boy. Taco Bell double beef burrito, cheese and sour cream is the bestest. I mean, that sounds pretty good. Food prices are ridiculous now. It's gotten to the point where, like, people who weren't going to Five Guys because it's expensive and are still going to McDonald's and saying that's not expensive. If you really look at it, that double quarter pounder that you got, which, by the way, is very good. I'm not going to lie. I think they've become decent fast food. But the double quarter pounder at McDonald's is literally going to be the same, if not less, or if not more, than the double cheeseburger at Five Guys. I don't know. At fast food, pay $35 for Jack for 2 of us. The only day I enjoy Chick-fil-A is on Sunday. Sonic requires a loan to get a full meal. Dear God. Freddy's hits different. Chick-fil-A is always fresh and good. Never had a bad Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is my favorite fast food restaurant, essentially. Never understood the logic behind St. Louis fans saying Kroenke stole the Rams from St. Louis. I'm just like, wait, what? Thankfully, I love the Rams for the team, not the location, although they're closer now. No, I hear you. All prices are ridiculous now. Yeah, it's gotten really bad. You can tell. I mean, what I find funny is people are like, we're not in a recession. That is really irresponsible to say. And I'm like, is it? Is it? Really? Like, hate to break it to you, but gas in California is more than gas in Cyberpunk 2077. A video game. Post-apocalyptic video game. In the year 2077. But yeah. Nope. Everything's good. There's no recession. We're all good. Inflation doesn't exist. I mean, Federal Reserve, anytime you want to stop printing money, like, yo, that'd be sick. You coming back tomorrow, Jake, or are you taking a much-needed day off? I'm coming back tomorrow. It'll be 11 days in a row. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to do it every day, so I really don't want to miss a day. Ugh. See, that's just messed up. You too, Ted. Thank you as always. I don't know. I want to say my friend Jake, who you see in here every now and then, Jake Evans. He's always kicking me in the ass in a good way, you know. He's the one that got me, inspired to go and do Uber Eats. Step out of my comfort zone. But also, like, I had to take a little bit of a break from Uber Eats. Like, I still do it, but I was putting in so much effort into Uber Eats that I don't feel like I was putting in enough effort into my YouTube channel. And I know I probably was, but my standards, I set super high of myself. Like, if I don't hit where I want to go, I'm, like, very hard on myself in general. So, you know, I just have a level where I'm trying to hit, and if I don't hit it, then I get mad. And I don't want that, so, you know. But we did a lot better, I thought, this month than May. No surprise. May is when I started doing Uber Eats, and I was focusing so much on making money then that, you know, I published, I don't know, 10 videos, it's saying. Looking at it right now. Actually, it's not really giving me a full video count. But anyway, published way more videos in June. I've also been somewhat inspired by some of the content creators, around YouTube and how they put out micro content. I really want to put an emphasis on doing that. It makes sense. Think about it. You're constantly making content. If you're doing a live stream, you, my friend, have great content. You can actually take that content and repackage it for people that don't like the long term. So for you people out here that like the live stuff and still might support my clips, it's really not for you guys, because you guys are here in the live stream. It's for people that don't like the long form content, would not go through a 3 hour and 14-minute, whatever we're on now, would not go through the full process of watching it and enjoying it. Instead, they like it broken up into clips. And so that's what I try to do. I take the beefiest part of every single live stream now, and I turn them into clips. It's called micro content, and it's how you continue to build more views, more revenue, and most importantly, more eyes on your content. People are now more susceptible to opening up because they're like, all right, well, I wasn't really a fan of his live streams because, like, I think he's good and all, but, like, I don't have time to watch 3 hours or listen to 3 hours. I just don't have time in the day. However, now, since he made micro content, he made 5-minute clips or 10-minute clips or whatever, I feel like that's more like, digestible essentially. And that's what really happens, is that people do like your content, but they don't have time, and they feel overwhelmed because they see that big thing on there and they're like, oh shit, it's 3 hours. I want to support you, Jake. I really do, but I just can't justify spending 3 hours listening to you right now. Like, I'm very busy. I can't do it. So then that's when the micro content comes in handy. So like that whole DirecTV thing, I'm not trying to go viral. I mean, I'd like to go viral on certain content, but I'm just putting it out there. People that want to consume it, consume it. If you don't want to consume it, don't consume it. It's no big deal. Steve, really appreciate you becoming a member, man. It's awesome. Welcome. Best way I ever enjoyed Chick-fil-A was at UC Irvine watching the Rams training. Oh, that's a good way to enjoy it. Jake the sarcastic but honest. I'm very sarcastic, aren't I? I love Chick-fil-A. Same here. $90 cheap. We pay $105 in Santa Barbara. Oh my god. Love that chicken place too. We love these night streams. Gives us somewhere to chill and ask questions. Don't think your hard work is underappreciated. No, I definitely don't think that. I love this. And it does not matter if I have 22 people in here, 5 people in here, 500 people in here. I plan on doing it in this way repeatedly. Because I can. Because, it's one of the things. Like, I want to talk about what I want. I want to talk about what you want. And, it doesn't always have to be the same topic. And that's the thing. We're going to grow all together. I saw a comment. I actually want to point it out. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. But I saw a pretty freaking dope comment. And it was awesome. It was about something I want to get off my chest. So it was about that video, right? Which blew me away, by the way. I did not get one negative comment on that. I would say I'll try to, why is this? All right. I'm trying to, okay. So apparently like people were blocking. All right. The video comments, I'm sorry guys. Some video comments get blocked for no reason because they like come up as like false flag spam. So if like your comment doesn't come up, I didn't delete it. I haven't seen it. So I'm going to start looking through held for review because I'm seeing now like I missed some. But anyway, let's look at this, right? This is the one I wanted to point out. Actually, there were so many comments. So don't feel bad if I don't point out your comment. I could go through all of them, but this one comment in specific really like hit home. And it was Ruiz Super Bowl champs. You've seen Ruiz on here many times. Ruiz could be on here right now, and I just don't even realize it. But Ruiz Super Bowl champs, all this did for me is now want to click all your videos and thumbs up all of them. Not gonna lie, I wasn't interested in the Jets videos, but I see the big picture. Keep grinding, bro. It will pay out in the end. Haters will always hate. They understand what haters will always hate. They understand what you are trying to do. They don't understand what you're trying to do. that was such a dope comment. I loved that. That was really cool. So I really appreciated that. Um, and that's kind of, obviously I would never force you guys or ask you guys to watch videos that you don't care about, but I will say, if you, even if you don't watch the Jets video, if you hit that thumbs up, YouTube is going to take it and be like, all right, I like the video, and it'll go in the algorithm. So it does help. So I appreciated that comment. Thank you, Jake Evans. Oh, he's one of my best friends. He's been so important to me, and he's always in my live streams, man. He's always trying to support me. He's great. I hope everyone has a friend like Jake Evans. I really do. 125 for my F-150. Dear God. We need to back our dollar with gold again instead of having it backed on nothing. US dollar are going to collapse if they don't do something and just keep printing. It's true. It's true. Ron Paul, libertarian, suggested, using the gold standard, and so everyone wrote him off, and now he's starting to look somewhat right. Popeye was really good at LAX airport, but terrible everywhere else. Sounds about right. Yeah, I really like your streams. I usually, like right now, play it in the background, ask a few questions there while I play Madden or other games. Appreciate that. Yeah, no, I think a lot of people actually do that because they use it as like a podcast, but it's an interactive podcast, so it's kind of different than other podcasts. Don't believe your eyes. Everything is amazing. Just give me a Hawaiian pizza. I'll pass on that one. Ted. Staying in at home to watch JE live for hours on end equals not spending money on gas equals a true hero, Jake Ellenbogen. There we go. We're not spending money on gas. Let's go. All right, I'm going to head off to bed. Getting late on the East Coast. Yes, it is. As someone on the East Coast, I hear you. Appreciate you, Goat. Always a pleasure talking with you. I tried Uber Eats before COVID, but the tips were not good, so I didn't do it long. Can't imagine now with gas to the roof. Hopefully you are getting the tips you deserve. I've gotten some really good tips, and I think it's gotten to the point where Uber even realizes, like, it's ridiculous. So they'll spot you money now for gas. Like, I get stuff for trips and stuff, so that's cool. Am I bronze tonight, Jake? You are. I see you right there. I see the shield, the JE Live shield. Love it. Gas prices are so high that I rode my bike twice a week just to pick up food. It was only 4 miles away. Yeah, it's ridiculous. See you tomorrow. What time in California for me? Probably around like 6, I'd say, your time. Probably go 9. Maybe a little earlier. I'll let you know on the channel. But, yeah, it'll be sometime like that. Appreciate you always answering my hella long, elaborate questions. Kind of dope seeing some of your videos with my question in the frame. Keep up the good work. Yeah, I know. That's actually kind of a good point. While it's also easy as hell for me to edit because I can now see questions, I think this is so much better than a comment box because the comment box gets all whack and no one can actually read any of that shit. So now it's like, you have the stage. Like as Billy Joe Armstrong would say from, Green Day, be like, the representative of California has the floor, like, or whatever you're from. I wish it could tell me where you were from, and I would say that I would not say that every time, but I would say that at least once or twice. Gaming anytime soon? Yeah, actually, we're pretty much gonna go to like a Friday Saturday schedule. So every Friday and Saturday night, I think that's what we're gonna do. Is we're gonna do gaming, as long as I don't have, dire plans or whatever. But we'll see. Could also be some news along the way, some cool news. So stay tuned for that. That was dope. Thank you for reminding me. I'm actually gonna clip that, post that tomorrow for the people that didn't see it, because I thought it was cool. It's cool content, right? Yes. Send Joey Gallo to Asgard and make Miguel Andujar the left fielder. Let's move Judge back to right or Stanton to right. I didn't do Rams Edge today. I'm gonna do Rams Edge tomorrow, probably around 4 or 5 Eastern. So I'll be posting that too. Busy day tomorrow, busy day Saturday, and then Sunday we'll see what happens. Now I don't have a show to watch on Sunday. Normally it used to be Barry, Euphoria, all that, even the winning time. Now since there's nothing on Sunday on HBO, it's like I'm more likely to make content. So I'll definitely be live. Like I said, I'm trying to go live every night. So Pretty much around the same time, like the 7 to 9 frame. If I have a lot going on, then it'll be earlier in the day. But yeah, I mean that's pretty much that's pretty much how it is. But is what it is. So when you sign up for Eats, do you have to go to a certain place and get that Uber off 8 plaque or whatever? How was signing up? I'm really curious. Yeah, so when I signed up for Uber Eats, it took 28 minutes in total to get everything, background check cleared and everything. I was off and running. I didn't get a bag or anything like that. You do have to order that. But they did send me a Plus card so I could do like the other orders. But no, I didn't get anything like I didn't get like a plaque or anything like that. No. Joe, let me put it this way for you. I would take anybody over Joey Gallo right now. I mean, Joey Gallo averaged more strikeouts than games played in the last month. It's just he had more strikeouts. He averaged more than one strikeout a game. That's just not more than one strikeout a day, and they don't even play every game, every day. I'm just saying. I'm serious. Like, this dude's terrible. I'd love to. I'd probably get copyright claimed. I didn't even tell you about that, dude. I made this awesome shirt. I had it designed. It had the Queen, the four faces out of Queen 2. If you guys have ever seen the cover of Queen, like the band Queen, Queen 2, which is their second record, they have the four faces of the band members in the black like silhouette. And I did that for the core four of the Rams. So I had Matthew Stafford, I had Aaron Donald, I had Cooper Kupp, and I had Jalen Ramsey. And I'll show you. But it got screwed over. Like, I literally got it taken off of Spreadshop. They, like, claimed it. So I'm going to show you right now. One sec. Like, who wouldn't want this shirt? Like, see what I mean? So I make this dope design. I mean, I didn't create this. I hired somebody to make it. So I make this dope design. People are telling me how into it they are, and they're like, "Oh, dude, this is sick." And Spreadshirt literally screws me over. I'm like, "Bro, look at how sick this is," and now I can't sell it. I mean, I'm gonna try to sell it. If anybody's interested, let me know. I'm gonna try to sell this thing again. We'll try on a different website. But yeah, dude, this shirt is sick. It's one of my favorite designs I think I've ever had. And it like really irked me, man, because like I put so much effort into kind of creating that, and then I sent it over to the guy to like actually like design it, and yeah, dude, I was pissed because I was on vacation. All of a sudden, they're like, "Yeah, it's a breach of copyright." I get like it's player faces, but like, bro, like, do you see a Ram logo anywhere? Do you see that Ram helmet? Do you see Rams? I mean, it's their faces, and I mean, yeah, that looks a lot like Ramsey, and that looks a lot like Cup. That doesn't look exactly like Stafford. That looks somewhat like Donald. Would it have been better if I blocked out the eyes? Is that what I have to do? You know what I'm saying? Like who would buy this? Realistically, who do you think would buy this? Like, would you guys buy this? I mean, like I said, I'll try to sell it. I think it was a dope design. We also have other designs. You can find the merch stuff, the link in what was it? You can find the link in the description for the merch store. I have a Jalen Ramsey Spider-Man one. I have Aaron Donald as the Hulk. Thank you, HD. Yeah, and you know me, like my love for rock music, like obviously I think Queen 2 is maybe my favorite Queen record, and so it was such a cool idea I had, and I was like so hyped, and then that happened. I was like, oh, what the hell? So as if you didn't notice, like I actually took my merchandise off of Spreadshirt, so like it doesn't show up at the bottom anymore. I was just like, I'm done with you guys. You guys suck. You're welcome. You're absolutely welcome. I'm trying. Dude, yes. Like literally that was my biggest issue with DoorDash. I think DoorDash is terrible because like they'll give you like they'll send you a $4 order and they'll tell you to go like drive 25 miles away. And that's it. And if you like decline it, you have like a your acceptance rate goes down, whereas Uber doesn't actually keep track of that. Awesome. Well, hopefully, I was trying to get it on the actual like website by Jack, which is our merch website. But I wasn't having such luck. So let me see if I can get that on there. And you know, I could let's see here. I don't know why I almost said, wow, we're still live. Because I went on YouTube and I was like, oh my god, we're still live. That's funny. Where is it? Alright. Collections. Yeah, it's not there. This is what I have, though. If you do want to support the channel, if anybody's interested in these, or not just the channel, but like DTR as well. I'm going to show you in just a sec. Okay, so this is what I got. If anyone is at all interested, let me know. I can put the link obviously in the chat. But yeah, I'm gonna get the Core 4 shirt since it sounds like there's people that want it. I'm gonna try to get that on this website, our merch store. But yeah, as you can see, you know, I've never been really good with merch. I've never really understood it. Like I've never gotten really good at selling it. So, you know. It is a bad look. I mean, is it going to get like that when I, you know, if I grow to, I'm not going to say if, when I grow to 100,000 subscribers, is it potentially going to get like that where I can only read so many comments? Yes, it will. I'm not going to lie. I mean, if comments are going like this all day, every day, like that's going to be crazy. But I'm going to do my best to read other comments that just aren't just super chats. You know what I mean? So yeah, I agree with you. And I actually see, you know, I've actually unsubscribed from channels that I saw. It kind of pissed me off. I was watching this channel because you know, every now and then I'll just give like channels a watch and see what happens. And it's like, I'm watching this channel and this dude's like ignoring super chats. And I saw one person in the comment section way back when was like, did he just ignore the super chat? I'm like, no, my thing is lagging. I just noticed the super chat. Like I was literally going through I'm reading all the comments. I would never ignore a super chat. But like, there are people that literally do that. And I'm like, what the hell? Appreciate that, Brian. Boys, episode 7 is up. I imagine you'll be watching it rather soon, Jake, since you're up till the odd hours. I already saw it. It's a banger, and it's almost as important as this. It might actually be more important than the 6th one. Like this one is massive. This one has some massive implications. All I know is that episode 8, the finale next week, is going to be nuts. I saw your top 5 nicest NFL fans, Giants and Steelers, in your top 5, my 2 teams. Yeah, I've only had really good, you know, really good presence and like, just you know, my what's the word I'm looking for? My experiences. That's what I mean to say. My experiences with Jets, Rams, Steelers, Giants. and Lions fans, it's been like not really even comparable. They've been great. Hey Jake, how's starting off channel / DTR podcast? Did it take forever for you to get views, or did the algorithm bless you early? So I think when I started my channel from scratch, I think I already had a pretty good fan base, from doing Downtown Rams. People recognized me, and I got a lot of subscribers right out of the gate. And, over time, it's hard to tell because over time it looks like I did extremely well. Like the first video, I got like 2,000 views. I think it did well. I do think the algorithm helped because I was an early on, like I was a brand new YouTuber and all that. But what I will say is that, I think when I got the hang of doing this, and I made the Wolford video, like because I was brand new at video editing. I had never video edited before, and I don't think I'm the greatest. But I did the Wolford video, and when I did the Wolford video with the Star Wars theme, that's the one that generated 28,000 views and essentially got me all sorts of new subscribers. That was massive for my growth. It is funny. I only generated $5 off it. And here's why. Because YouTube demonetized me. So, not YouTube, but someone demonetized me on that. But yeah, I got 178 subscribers just off this, this video. So I had the 28,000 for the Matthew Stafford is prime for MVP season in Sean McVay's offense. When I broke down his tape, But yeah, for the most part, it started off, it was a grind, but I never really I always did from the get-go. My first 4 videos, and this is the thing I think people forget, is that I wasn't necessarily doing a YouTube channel to entirely do just Rams content. I ended up having a lot of Rams content because the fans ended up being more responsive to Rams content. But started off with Fox Sports does not care about the Rams beating the Seahawks. That got 2.6K. Then the next time I put out LaMelo Ball is the star you can't afford to pass on the 2020 NBA draft. I got 100. I got 1,000 on that, over 1,000. Colin Cowherd is right about the Giants being the favorite in the NFC East. That was a freezing cold take. That got me 152 views. Then I did the Saints are making a huge mistake starting Taysom Hill over Jameis Winston. Pretty much was right on that one. That got 324. LA Rams are the team to beat in the NFC West. I got 989 views on that. Then I tried the FanDuel DFS stuff, and that did nothing, right? Those are some of my worst videos. And I was like NFL DFS FanDuel Week 11 lineup. I was so excited for this. I put in so much effort in this video. Got me 91 views. So I was kind of annoyed. And then Joe Noteboom's every snap against the Rams-Seahawks game. I cut up every single snap Joe Noteboom had against the Seahawks after he started that game. 1,400 views. Then I did NFL's Elite Four, Steelers, Chiefs, Saints, Rams. That got me 1.6K. I tried FanDuel again. It got up a little bit. I had 122 on that. It was the Thanksgiving NFL FanDuel lineup. I got screwed because what ended up happening is I forget who it was, but the running back at the time, it might have been DeAndre Swift. He was out for the game. So it ended up blowing up. NFL screws the Broncos for having COVID under control. That got 131 views. Then I did What the Hell Happened to Jared Goff, and that got 11,000 views. So that was my biggest thing at that point. I put a lot of effort into Jared Goff, that Jared Goff video. That got 11,000 views. I did Who is the GOAT, and Aaron Rodgers is the GOAT and not Tom Brady. That got 1.8. Gardner Minshew is the most underrated quarterback in the league right now. That got me 2.3. Then Eagles have proven quarterback insurance. Rams may want to follow. 725 views. And then John Wolford. So there was quite a few videos here. And then the John Wolford video with the Star Wars. I don't even know where I got the idea from. I think I was watching The Mandalorian or maybe the Star Wars The Force Unleashed. Or I don't even know what I was doing, but something Star Wars inspired me. And the first thing I thought of it with John Wolford was like a new hope, like, right? Like he's going to save the Rams. And so 28,000 views, that's what ended up happening with that. 7,000 for John Wolf winning a Super Bowl is not as crazy as you think. I broke down all the backup quarterbacks that came in, saved a season, won a Super Bowl. Then I did another Star Wars theme one. John Wolford, not Jared Goff, should start moving forward. And the basically the thumbnail was like Empire Strikes Back. And then, you know, I did a Jared Goff versus John Wolford film breakdown, which got 7.8K. Then Wild Card Weekend preview got 673. Deshaun Watson to the Rams is a dream. Les Snead could still pull off this offseason, got 13.6K. Then I did Jared Goff returns. It leads the Rams to playoff victory over the Seahawks. Return of the Jedi. That got 4.4. Then Brandon Staley and every NFL coaching candidate you need to know. That got 158, so that did like nothing. Then Sean McVay changed the Rams' fortune completely 4 years ago today. So then I did like a little bit ode to Sean McVay and like how he came up. And that got, you know, decent amount, 2,000 views. Cam Akers in defense eats Seattle alive in playoff win. Film breakdown, that got over 3,000 views. Rams-Packers divisional playoff, film breakdown, that got 527 views. Trey Lance video got 1.7 views. Devlin Hodges interview, repost interview when he signed with the Rams, got 2.4. Then Kurt Warner barely got 1,000. Isaac Bruce interview got 274. And, you know, basically I was just like doing all that. And then Matthew Stafford, gets traded to the Rams, and the live stream goes insane. I do film breakdown on him that gets 28,000. Someone asked me though, what's the most I've had? Let's see. What's your highest viewed video? Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. You gotta send me a picture with you wearing it when you get it, because it's such a dope design. I love it. Yeah, actually, funny enough, the video that got the most views was just a YouTube short. It was 11 seconds long. It was Matthew Stafford sends the Rams to the NFC Championship game. And, sadly, I decided to put the Spider-Man theme over it, or, the Spider-Man MCU theme. And so because of that, when YouTube reached out to me and said, oh, your thing went viral, because that got 194,000 views. And it was like, oh, yeah, your video went viral. We're going to pay you $500 or whatever. And so I was like, oh, sick. And then actually I didn't get it because it was ineligible since I used that song. So sick, man. That was dope. So glad I did that. But yeah, I only have 3 videos that went over 20,000 views though, if you really think about it. Cam Akers one, the Cam Akers highlight one is almost at 20,000, but yeah, I haven't gotten a ton of like monstrous hard hitting ones, but like I've had consistency where I've done a lot of like, got some 10,000s, I got a lot over 5,000, so it's one of those things, but why don't I send you? I'll send you a list. I actually was supposed to send Jake the list as well. I'm trying to get Jake Evans into it too. But I'll send you a list. This is what... Yeah, DM me. And I'll send you a list of how I would watch the MCU. I actually have a MCU timeline that is accurate based on all the stuff that came out. I knew it would be, man. By then you'll have an assistant that'll go through the comments and select for you. Maybe. I've had a couple accidental dislikes of your videos, which I've switched back right away. Hope that doesn't affect your algorithm too much since it ends up being a like anyway. Don't worry, I've done it to myself too, so it's no big deal. Jake, I've been with you since day one. The Wolford and Goff Star Wars videos at the end of 2020 season. Oh my god, I know. It's crazy. Appreciate that. What about Washington Commanders fans? Sack 'em, sack 'em, sack 'em. Yes. Yeah, dude. That We had a weird Washington fan at this local sports bar I used to go to watch the Rams games, and he used to just go, sack him, sack him, sack him, sack him, sack, like, would be like the most obnoxious man, and it was hilarious. Um, I remember back then I could never find a person talking Rams on YouTube. Then I found Jake, and the rest was history. Best Rams content creator in the game. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. Yeah, it's awesome. My dad has been telling me for years I should start a YouTube channel, and I started a podcast. I started a company, started a website, but I never did YouTube. And then I finally got into it at the end of 2020, and just crazy. It's been great. It's been my favorite, I think. When you do have 1 million followers, remember us early fans. I will remember you. I don't know if 1 million followers is ever gonna happen. I'd have to completely change my image if I did that. Like, I'd have to go like full on Logan Paul vlogs and stuff. But yeah, I wouldn't be against it. I would love that. But do you think Wolford could have beat? Yeah, I do. I think Wolford would have beat Green Bay. I really do. If he was healthy, he would have beat Green Bay. I don't even think Goff played that bad, but Wolford's mobility would have really kept them alive. Celtics are still looking to upgrade a point guard. Could Mac Jones and his alley-oop passes be a possible solution? No. Okay, I'll DM you. Awesome. Teams that win back-to-back Super Bowls almost always are better the second win. Do you believe we fall into that category in 2022? Yeah, I do, actually. I think it's very realistic to assume that. I think this is a better team, and we're gonna see it. It's tough. I mean, I think if they keep Russell Westbrook, I still think they can win NBA Finals. I understand a lot of people don't like him, but I think just they have to all buy in, and they have to buy into what Darvin is selling, and I think they got some good pieces today. They definitely got better. I mean, obviously it sucks to lose Monk, but I think they got a lot of young talent, and one of the better benches, I think, in the league now. I mean, if they add like another guy or somebody, like, they could be one of the top benches. They really have a good crop of young talent on the bench, so it's worth mentioning. Chances the Celtics land Durant, I'm pretty sure he said he would go there. I don't know. Decently high, I would say. I mean, it's certainly possible. What rookie do you expect will the first year NFL? Kenny Pickett. Are you talking about like MVP or like not MVP, rookie of the year? Now I'm curious. Let me know, Joe. Crazy to believe I found you, Jake, in 2020. It's been a hell of a ride. Happy to find someone who helped me realize that Rams are one of the best in the NFL. I was heartbroken in 2018 and 19. That is true, right? Like, I guess I don't think people realize how good our football team was, to be honest with you. And I will say that you're right on that, because I kept telling people, I'm like, this team's going to win the Super Bowl. And I mean, I know you were here, Rusty. I know a lot of other people were here in my live streams. Seeing other people tell me I'm out of my mind. It's not happening. The one guy showed up and like he was hating on me during the Niners live stream. And I said, nope, this team's still winning the Super Bowl. Just watch. And they did. I believed, man. And I normally don't pick them to win the Super Bowl, but I'm picking them 2 years in a row because I really think they are the best team. I mean, I think you got to look at, well, two guys on the Jets, both sides of the ball. Garrett Wilson is a stud. I think, obviously, Sauce Gardner. But then I would say Thibodeau with the Giants. Really like him. I don't think Pickett's going to play right off the rip. Who has smaller hands, Minions or Kenny Pickett? That's funny. Do you think Bucks have a better roster than us? No, I don't. Who do you think wins comeback player of the year in terms of the Rams' own players? I mean, I would assume it had to be Cam Akers, right? Like, if Cam Akers has the season that I'm predicting, which isn't like a monstrous season, but it's a solid one, then he has to win it by default based on what he's gone through, what he's come back from. you know? Yeah, Rookie of the Year contention, NFL, Kenny Pickett. I just don't think Pickett is going to play enough to be in contention. Like, I actually believe in Trubisky. I think he's got a lot of talent around him. He's got a solid offensive line. You know, they worked on building it. We'll see how good it is this year, but it looks pretty good on paper. He's got a top defense. I mean, I don't know. I think we're sleeping on Trubisky a bit. How do you feel about analysts always focusing on players we lost? I hate that because every team loses players, but they act like it's the biggest deal when the Rams do. I know it's really annoying and it's honestly lazy analysis. So no, I definitely hear you there. It gets frustrating. I understand a lot of these analysts have to cover all teams, so I don't entirely like taking it out on them, but it does get annoying for sure. Um, let's see here. The Yankees break single season win record may sound crazy. I think Yanks could win between 120 and 130 wins. Judge could hit 70 homers. I mean, it sounds crazy because like that. I mean, those are just massive numbers, but is it that crazy though? I mean, the Yankees every game they lose is by like 1 run. They just don't get blown out. They're in every game. 56 and 21. I mean, just think about this, right? So they're 56 and 21 right now. If you look at the overall like league, they're still 7 games ahead of the next place, which is the Astros. So the Yankees are 34-9 at home. They're 22 and 12 on the road. They almost have 400 runs scored, which is first in the league. They've only given up 234 runs on the year, which is first in the league. They have a run differential of plus 150, which is first in the league. And it's just like their win percentage is 72%. Like the Astros is 64%. That is right. That they're second. It's crazy. So yeah, it's one of those things where it's like it sounds crazy, but then you look at Aaron Judge, who's got 29 freaking home runs. And you're like, all right, he's on pace for 60 right now. But, I mean, who knows? Maybe he goes to another level, even another level in the second half of the season. We don't know. I don't think he'll hit 70 home runs. I'm thinking he's probably going to be around 57, where he hit back in 2019, or not 2019, 2017. He hit 52 in 2017. So I think he's going to hit like 57. That's what I think. I think he'll slow down a little bit. This is his third most for his career. He's already passed his consecutive 27 home runs in 2018 and 2019. He had 39 last year. He already has 29. I think he's looking at, yeah. Yeah, I would say that. So, yeah, Luol Deng is off the Lakers cap. They did the stretch provision, and he's gone, so. Rumors that Kyrie to the Lakers for Russ, a first-round pick, and a pick swap with maybe another player involved, maybe Joe Harris. That's interesting. I really don't want to trade Russell Westbrook, but I kind of have already succumbed to the idea that, yeah, that's what they're going to do. I really feel like that's what they're going to do. Will Wagner bring a bigger impact than Von Miller did with us? Hard to say, but I feel like yes, because he's playing like a role that's in the center part of the defense. Like he is in the middle of everything. He has to do so much more, and he's probably going to be a captain. So yeah, I would say that. Feel like sports media has really killed the traditional sport analyst. I can't even talk. Annoying to see all the talking heads get the most views for their opinions when they can't name more than 4 guys on each team. It's true. It is annoying. Do I like Krispy Kreme? If not, favorite donut place? Krispy Kreme, we used to have a place in Albany or Gilderland or whatever, but now we don't have one. So Krispy Kreme is still my favorite. I love anytime I'm around a Krispy Kreme place. I always have to get like a 24 bunch of them. They're so good. Yeah, it better be unanimous. Screw Altuve. 2000 Rams, way better than 99 until Warner went down. They were 6-0. Yeah. Dude, after the Super Bowl outside of my best friend who didn't answer my phone, same one who's flaky, go figure, lol. Hopping on here to see your reaction video with chat too was the first thing on my mind. I love that. That was a lot of fun. That was a lot of fun. It was really cool. I mean, I was able to celebrate a little bit with the fam, but I really wanted to share the moment also with you guys. So, you know. This is kind of funny. This tweet is hilarious. The Lake Show tweeted, Lakers could have signed Jesus Christ himself and some Lakers fans would be disappointed. Oh. My hot Rams takes for the season. Wagner will be our second best defender behind Donald. Kyron will end the year with 600 to 700 rushing yards. 500 to 600 receiving yards. Boom will make Pro Bowl. Huh. I think some of those are definitely possible. I love Kyron, but I don't know if he's going to have that big of a role unless someone goes down. Unless that's kind of what you're thinking. Which, I mean, is not impossible. Jake, what previous Ram player would you put on this year's team? Man. This is a freaking awesome question. I would probably... If I'm getting, like, prime, I'm probably going to ask for Todd Gurley. I loved Gurley, man. He's up there. I interviewed Anthony Munoz as well, who's a Hall of Famer, played for the Bengals. One of the best, considered the best offensive tackle of all time. And I interviewed him as well. But, we reached out to Kurt Warner's publicist and heard back, and we were able to make it happen. That's pretty much how. That would be nuts. That would be nuts. Well, that's the thing is that, Clint Frazier really would have been good. He dealt with those concussions, and I really think that really threw him off. Plus, they were babying the shit out of him in minor leagues. Like, he was ready to come up, and they waited way too long. If you could interview anyone from the Rams organization, who would it be, and what would you ask? I would definitely interview... that's tough. It would be Sean McVay or Matthew Stafford, and here's why. I have never backed anybody as much as I backed Sean McVay to be hired in all the 30-year-old bullshit. But I also really backed, Matthew Stafford, and I continued to defend him the whole offseason and everything. So I would probably interview like either one of those guys, and I would just be honest in my approach and just be like, hey, like, what did, like, for instance, with Sean McVay, like, I would ask him, like, looking at this and how everything that's gone, like, how what was your, this is probably your ultimate goal of winning a Super Bowl, but how did you envision initially when you took the job to be the Rams head coach after years of the Rams mediocrity? How did you envision that this job would go? How did you envision what it would end up like, I would also say, with Matthew Stafford, was that at any point did you feel like you were never going to get a chance to play in a Super Bowl, So those are two questions I would ask. There are probably others, but can't really think of them now. Man, it is getting late. It's 1:30. Starting to lose some momentum, getting a little bit more tired. I think you're noticing, so I'll probably hang it up. We're almost at 4 hours. I'll keep it until 4 hours because it's cool. I don't know. Would you rather have Prime Gurley on Rams right now and he'll be on rookie contract, so no stupid expensive contract, or have Prime Quinn, Jenkins, JFM, and Saffold, but all cost $15 million? Prime Gurley. Because as much as I like all those guys, you're not going to be able to keep all them. You know what I mean? That would be too expensive. So, prime girly. Yo, Jake, please look up Psycho Donuts online. Tell me what you think about these diabetes-inducing monstrosities. They're a local donut place in my area that my buddy loves, but they're so bad for you. Let's see. What the hell? Pre-order? Nah, dude. Nah. They're all sold out. Bro, these look terrible for you. Like they look, I mean, some of them look good. I'm not really into all the, like, my biggest thing about donuts is this, okay? If I'm getting like donuts, I want to be able to actually hold the donut without having it all sticky. I mean, I don't eat pancakes with syrup because it's sticky. Like I don't think it's worth it. I don't think being sticky is worth the taste of the syrup. I don't think the syrup's that good. You know what I mean? I think syrup's solid, but it the sticky factor outweighs how solid it is, and therefore I don't want it. When you're dealing with like donuts like that, I'm like, oh my god, it's like, yeah, this is ridiculous. There's like so much on the donut. I'm like, no, no, no. I just want to be able to pick up my donut, give me an old school chocolate cruller or a regular cruller, and just make it like easy to eat. I don't know. That's what I do. You know, when I go to Krispy Kreme, now I'm looking up Krispy Kreme. When I go to Krispy Kreme, I'm just like, man, just give me crullers. Like, you know, for real. You got the original cream filled, like, bro, I don't need all this. Just give me the crullers. Period. I don't need a cinnamon bun. Cruller. I'm looking through, dude, like, I'm looking through right now. They're glazed cruller. That's all I need. That's all I need. Give me that every time. Or the chocolate one. Like, I mean, original glaze is fine. You know, I used to eat donuts all the time when I worked at Olympia Sports, my first job, because we were right next to a grocery store. And I don't know, I always ate donuts, but yeah, they're not good for you. Like, not even a little bit. I mean, bagels aren't really good for you, but donuts really aren't good for you. Oh, yeah, I know. It's crazy. Yo, they be doing the most, not in a good way per se. I've seen NFL posts at the end of the season last year, end of era, Drew Brees, Eli Manning, Peyton Manning, Ben Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, and Philip Rivers all will be in the Hall of Fame. Yeah, I'm not really a Bear Claw fan, but I know a lot of people like them. An odd statistic is the score 23 has occurred only 4 times in the NFL Super Bowl history. Warner did it twice, Stafford once. That is very weird. So 3 out of the 4, the Rams were the cause of that. Deacon Jones, Merlin Olsen, the Fearsome Foursome, one of the best nicknames ever. Oh, I agree. Interesting fact, even though Bruce Smith holds the all-time scam record, he never once led the league in sacks. A crawler? Oh, man, I'll just show it to you, bro. Look at this. It's amazing. Like, that's what it is. It's so good. Freaking crawler, man. Look at that. Look at that. That is a crawler from Krispy Kreme. Like, best type of donut. And when they're chocolate, they're even better. But they're perfect just in general. Colors are just great. Yeah, it does. Jets finally rising from the ashes now. Have glaring need for nicknames. I'm working on some for the offense. How about Zach and the Houseketeers? As his receivers will be taking it to the house. Hey, I dig it. I still can't get over the fact that they have Wilson and Wilson. Like every time they score, I'm gonna be like Wilson. Like, oh man, when they got Garrett Wilson, that's all I thought of. Insert Magneto perfection meme. Bingo. Will Cooper Kupp pass Calvin Johnson's single season yards record? No. I don't see that happening. I don't think Cooper Kupp ever gets that many yards again. That was like a special year where he had to take over and was up for the mantle. But now, they have Jefferson. They're going to get OBJ in all likelihood back. They have Allen Robinson. There's just so many guys now. I just can't see him having that many yards. If he does it again, oh my Lord. Would you do this trade? Falcons receive 2024 first-round pick, 2023 second-round pick, Tyler Higbee. Rams receive Kyle Pitts. I mean, yeah, the Rams should do that. The Falcons definitely should not do that. I would never do that if I was Atlanta. Pitts is one of those guys that you want to build a team around. Like, Rams would definitely do it, though. But, yeah, that is... Let's see. I'm trying to... Oh, well. Any prospects you think the Rams would be interested in the 2023 draft? I actually did a way too early mock draft. I think the Rams would be interested in Brenton Cox, the edge from Florida. Darnell Wright from Tennessee, the offensive tackle. Could definitely see DeJordan Strong from Coastal Carolina and Brandon Thomas, the running back from Memphis. Mekhi Becton's trade value. I just don't think the Jets are going to trade him. I have no reason to believe that they would trade him. They should not trade him. But they could probably get something for him. I don't really know. I don't want to speculate. Maybe first, second round. I don't know. I'm a little confused. What's your justification on the Jets winning 10 games? Jets have been laughing stock team. Bills, Dolphins, and Patriots are legit in that division. I think the Dolphins aren't that good. I think the Patriots take a step back. I think the Bills are the best team in the AFC. But the Jets, when you look at their roster, I mean, I just don't think people realize, like, and I understand why they don't realize. Later, Rusty. Thanks again for hanging out. Yeah, Tronco. The Jets roster right now, if we were just going by, like, how I see the 53-man working out, Zach Wilson's your starter. Breece Hall, Michael Carter at running back. You also have Tevin Coleman and Ty Johnson. You have Elijah Moore, Corey Davis, Garrett Wilson, Braxton Berrios as your wide receivers. CJ Uzama, Tyler Conklin, and Jeremy Ruckert, the third-round pick at Ohio State, as their tight ends. Their offensive line from left to right. George Fant, Laken Tomlinson, who they added in the free agency, who has familiarity with Mike LaFleur, the offensive coordinator. You got a top 10 center, according to the PFF, and Connor McGovern. You have a right guard who was an absolute stud at USC, and Elijah Vera Tucker. You also have Mekhi Becton, who we just talked about, Max Mitchell from Louisiana. He is going to be a really good backup piece there. On top of it, the defensive line, you got John Franklin Myers, who led the team in pressures with 53. You got Quinnen Williams, who's an absolute stud. You got plenty of guys there where you could have a little bit of a rotation with Solomon Thomas, Nathan Shepard, Sheldon Rankins, Vinny Curry. Then you have Jermaine Johnson, who you added in the first round. You have Carl Lawson, Jacob Martin, Michael Cummings, and Bryce Huff. And then on top of that, the secondary in the linebacker room, you have C.J. Mosley and Quincy Williams, who will likely start. Sherwood has shown some good things. You got Marcel Harris, who has that familiarity with Saleh. On top of that, you have Hamza Nasruddin, who I really liked at FSU. They converted him from a safety to a linebacker. At corner, you're looking at DJ Reed, who's a top 15 corner in the league. They got over from Seattle in free agency. You go out and you get Sauce Gardner, who's the best cornerback in the draft. And on top of that, you have Bryce Hall, who's a stud. You got Michael Carter the second, not to be confused with Michael Carter, the running back. He's a stud. You got Brandon Eccles, who's really good in the slot, can also play on the outside. You bring in Tampa Bay safety Jordan Whitehead, who's going to set the tone in the back end of the secondary. On top of that, you have LaMarcus Joyner, who they bring back. He missed all of last year. They brought him back on a one-year deal. He might start. If he doesn't start, they have Ashton Davis, who they have reason to believe he has some obvious potential there out of California, a draft pick, I believe, in the third round a couple years back. They do like him. They don't want to give up on him. And they have a fifth rounder in Jason Pinnock, who they really like. So I look at this team, and I just feel like they have a lot going for them, and there's a lot of growth, and there's a lot of reason to be happy if you're a Jets fan, to have the wherewithal as an organization, and Joe Douglas and all of them, to realize we have a good talent in Zach Wilson. He had an unfortunate season last year. He led the league in pressures as a quarterback. He obviously had the highest drop percentage, things like that. Now you go out, you get a Garrett Wilson who's fantastic yards after the catch, fantastic as a route runner, a true receiver, a natural hands catcher, a guy that can stretch the field. This is somebody that's very much going to help. In addition to that, you go out, you help the quarterback by getting 3 safety nets, which are tight ends, and Tyler Conklin, who I think is the best pass catcher out of the bunch. You got CJ Uzama, who played in big games, just played in the Super Bowl, was mainly a blocking tight end. And then you got Jeremy Ruckert, who played at Ohio State, who I think is going to have a really high ceiling, but they're going to go easy on because he's a rookie. On top of that, you have an offensive line where you go out and you're like, all right, Fant was really good last year. He saved us. He's going to play left tackle. Mekhi Becton only played 1 game last year and was out for the whole game, for the whole season. So now he's back. In addition to that, Elijah Vera Tucker is a former first-round pick last year they feel good about. McGovern is in a contract year, but he's a plug-and-play merc. I mean, essentially, he's going to give you good play at center. And then on top of that, you go out and you get Laken Tomlinson, who, in my opinion, Laken Tomlinson might be the key here. He might be the straw that stirs the drink, the glue, the proverbial glue guy of the offensive line, because he's a former Pro Bowler the last time he was with Mike LaFleur in the San Francisco offense. And so since they're running that similar type of thing, he's going to help. And I didn't mention Breece Hall, who's going to add kind of a full-on bell cow role if they want it. He's got it. So the Jets have a lot going for them. Make no mistake about it. They look very good. They look ready to actually turn some heads this season. And I just don't think we're talking about them enough. I don't think we're talking about Elijah Moore's second season enough. I really don't think we're realizing how good Zach Wilson can truly be. So that's why I believe in the Jets. Not just because I cover them, but I really do believe in what they bring to the table. Their coaching, I believe in Saleh, I believe in the culture that they've developed, and I believe in Joe Douglas. So that's really what it comes down to, why I'm so high on the Jets. Let's see. Crowder is in Buffalo, which is actually really interesting. If you guys play fantasy football, I would scoop up Jamison Crowder. Really like that fit in Buffalo. Crawler looks like a mud tire. Jake, we're in the first year under Saleh. Let's be real, he has a lot of work to do to turn that plane around. First year is about building a foundation that'll last. Second year is growth. Third year results. Yeah, maybe the third year we're talking about 12-win team, you know? Good night, Jake. Love your takes. Thank you, Brian. Good night. You have a good one. What is the dumbest narrative for the Rams heading into the new season? The dumbest narrative for the Rams is that... Wow, this is a good one. This is a real good one. I don't know, man. Dumbest narrative for the Rams. Is that Allen Robinson isn't going to be another wide receiver one for the team? I feel like people look at him and they're like, oh, last year he only had 412 yards or whatever. Look, Allen Robinson is going to go over 1,300, 1,400, 1,500, and maybe even 1,600 yards. He's going to lead the league in receiving if he stays healthy. And so I don't know why people are sleeping on him, but they are. That would probably be that. Rams shocker. Um, that I don't know. Met expectations. Hard to say. Disappointer. Yeah, I don't know. That's like these are good questions. They're stumping me. I'm also getting like pretty tired, so very hard. Yeah, I agree. Well, that's just ridiculous. Yeah. Yep. I know you said Cup won't put up those numbers like he did this year, but do you still think he'll have another first team All Pro season? Yeah, I think it's certainly possible. Um, shit. What was I? So most disappointing for the Rams. God, I don't even know who I would pick. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess Tyler Higbee by statistical output, but it won't be his fault. The what was it? The shocker. I guess based on what I've heard, Allen Robinson. I don't think people are ready for how dominant Allen Robinson's about to be in this offense. Met expectations, Aaron Donald. So that's probably what I would say. The reason Robin had a humongous down year because two things: brand new quarterback. His new quarterback is not a passer style at all, more of a scrambler. Dumbest narrative is that we're not the consensus number one, even though we're reigning champs and we had extremely minimal roster turnover while the NFC got definitely weaker. Yeah, I could see 2-2 for a shocker. Go to sleep, Jake. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm probably not gonna go to sleep. I'm getting tired, but I'll probably just sit there in bed, like lay there in bed, and be like, "Why am I not falling asleep?" But yeah. No, I appreciate you guys. This has been freaking awesome. We'll be live tomorrow. So thank you. You guys have a great night. And I will see y'all very soon.